Looking at me like, oh, he's doing this again.
Aw, puppy. All right. Welcome, everyone, to today's debate, or what I call, Does Astronomy Prove God? However, what we really seem to be tackling tonight are questions of our origin. Where did the universe come from? Is that even a valid question? Do we know how planets, stars, and black holes form? Or how life forms at all? And where are we going as time and space reaches outward into the void? These are the sorts of topics we discuss, along with concepts like dark energy and dark matter. I think Phillip seems like a nice guy, but right away I was skeptical of his claims of astronomy could prove a god. So without further ado, let's have some fun and some live debate commentary action.
Yeah, I'm a little skeptical of the premise, Amy, but let's give him a chance, right?
Exactly. I was going to say, I sent you his argument earlier. Did you want to have any comments on it?
I took a little look at it, but we'll watch it mostly for the first time now. He poses a lot of questions that science is working on right now, but let's see what the Bronze Age has to say about things like black holes and quasars and the origin of the universe. Let's just get rid of all the science and let's go back to the Bronze Age for truth, right?
Exactly. The Goat Herder's Guide to the Galaxy knows all.
Exactly.
All right. So I'm going to start sharing my screen. We got a good view?
Looks good to me.
All right, let's begin. And it has a little bit of a squeak.
Not hearing the audio yet.
Oh, you know what? Do I have to hit a certain... Give me 1 second. I'm going to reshare.
Okay, so premise one.
Here
How
we go.
about now?
Yep, we're good.
Operate without an outside non-physical prime mover. Therefore, the universe is finite in size. Premise two, beyond the curvature of the finite in size universe is an eternal, infinite in size and non-physical property. My conclusion, teleology from countless stars, countless planets, and biogenesis proves the property outside the universe has life and is omnipotent to manipulate matter. Therefore, God exists.
Start off with a non sequitur. That's good to get things going.
Okay.
Exactly.
So I would start by saying I think premise one kind of assumes the conclusion. So we're looking for premises which we can agree on. And so if we can't even agree on premise one, it's hard to even go forward. We're not entirely sure if the universe is infinite or size or not. But it seems like the universe is in a flat, infinite universe. So to even look at like premise two and things like that, where we're talking like a universe beyond a universe, like none of these things are proven. So I don't know if I can agree on either premise one or premise two. And then we'll move on to the conclusion. I mean, we haven't even talked about biogenesis. I don't know why that's in there. Property. And I'm going to just pause this for a moment. Do you notice how much stuff he actually shoves in there?
He did throw quite a lot in there, and it just none of it follows from the premise about, you know, all his attributes that he gave his God. I don't know how he's going to try and tie that together.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we could be, there could be something outside our universe. We could be inside an infinite cascade of black holes in other universes. That wouldn't necessarily mean it was a personal aspect of it. It could be you could just go up to an infinite cascade and you could never get to the top. Who knows?
Yeah, and he sticks words like biogenesis in that, which should have been in one of the premises. It's like this should have been something you're proving. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a classic non sequitur. But
The outside of life in the universe. I don't know how you could talk about life outside of the universe. We have no evidence for that. Or like an omnipotent being to manipulate this matter. So I see no reason for a God to exist.
I'll ask you some clarifying questions.
Sure.
So from your view, in your worldview, do you believe that matter is eternal, or did it have a beginning from absolute nothingness?
We can, as far as we know right now, we can go back to Planck time and we can say it can't be, energy and matter can't be destroyed, but we don't know if it will, you know, if it will continue going on forever.
But would that...
And we don't know if it's nested. It could be nested in a multiverse.
Energy and matter are two fundamental manifestations of the same thing. They're basically equal. That's what Einstein tells us. So you don't need matter to be eternal. All you need is some form of infinite energy to be eternal. It could be the form of energy. It could be matter. It's the same thing at the end of the day.
Exactly. And one of the concepts I try to explain to him is that, you know, that's where the conversion even comes from.
And raw, yeah, exactly. It's Einstein.
Okay, so
the thing about raw energy is it doesn't take up any space. Energy is massless, but in a form, it can then become mass. It's very complicated stuff, but...
Yes, and I'm not 100% sure, Philip. You can correct me if I'm wrong, because we never actually went into it. It was funny because I kept on using in the conversation the words flat universe, which I think that's where the evidence currently lies. But I think he's a flat earther. Philip, if I'm doing you wrong, I'm sorry. But I thought I saw that on his profile, but we never went into that at all. So
shape of the universe, very complicated stuff. It's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine the universe having shape. As our good buddy Sunflower would say, it's very unintuitive to imagine space having any curvature to it, but yet it does.
Well, it's hard to imagine time being relative, and yet that's what the math shows us.
Apparently it is. Time dilation is real.
Exactly. We go into that too. I think black holes.
Eternal matter. So now my next question, do you believe stars and planets are eternal, or was there a stage in time before the formation of stars and planets?
No, stars and planets are going to die.
But was there a stage in your worldview, was there a stage in time before the formation of stars and planets?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it took a while for the universe to turn on, for like there to be actual stars. So when the universe, the Big Bang happened, the first few elements, I think it was hydrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, and a little bit of helium. And it wasn't until like the first billion years that really the first stars from gravity started to coalesce and collect. And
so you had to wait actually. You had to wait, I think 300,000 years before even any particles of matter could coalesce after the Big Bang. It was just too hot. And then it did take actually, I believe, several 100 million years after that before, stars began to form. But I mean, this is all knowable. You can look this up on Wikipedia, or you can see videos about all this. I don't know why he's bringing all this up.
I was gonna say this, but this is a common topic. This is why it makes me wonder if you question things like gravity, because a common topic. I was gonna call this debate the cosmology debate, but then I really looked up at specific definitions, and cosmology is just origins. And he seems to really question how planets form at all.
See, the Milky Way is one of the oldest galaxies that we know of, and it's about, I think, just a little under 1 billion years younger than the universe itself. And we're one of the first ones that we know of. So there was that time, hundreds of millions of years, where there wasn't a lot going on. It just took everything a while to get really moving, as they say.
Yep.
Big Bang is an assertion because you have to address the singularity first. So that would be one particular of matter. Is that your worldview of one particular, or is there something else outside of that particular of matter before the expansion that you call the Big Bang?
I just want to push back on that a little, because the Big Bang, one reason we know the Big Bang happened is because of Hubble's law, and that we can see that everything is actually redshifted away from us.
I agree with that, but Hubble's law would still comport to a Christian's worldview that God created finite particulars and expanded them out.
We're not arguing about Christian, not yet, are we?
No, but the redshift and energy and matter, that just means that the starting point of matter was finite in size. But in an atheistic worldview, what is this matter expanding into?
I don't know.
See,
because all that we know is that we can explain is that everything's moving outward.
But would you agree that for there to be an expansion of physical material requires a non-physical property that is infinite in size?
See, I don't know what does non-physical mean?
A particular that doesn't consist of matter. So purely supernatural.
And yeah, all I can tell is it's either energy or matter. Everything.
Yeah, that's it.
We can tell of in the universe.
What else is there?
Even consciousness, which is another subject I wanted to talk about.
But if we agree that the universe, that energy and matter is expanding. So in your worldview, what would you say hypothetically you were to travel to the curvature of the universe, just meters away from it, and you're looking from the inside out? So you're inside of the universe looking outwards. What would you see beyond that curvature of energy and matter? What is one of the attributes that you would see?
See, but you're saying what is outside of everything?
Well, to elaborate, you would have to see something that is eternal, three-dimensional, and infinite in size, with a color attached to it.
I mean, to me, he's just kicking the can down the road, because then there would still have to be something outside that, and then there'd be something outside that, and you can always just keep asking the question, oh, well, what's outside of God? What's beyond him? Well, there is nothing. Well, okay, if that can work for God, I mean, these are huge philosophical questions that are very perplexing for people to even try to wrap their heads around. But
exactly, and they use both arguments. They both will acknowledge that it's a turtle's argument, and then they'll use special pleading to say their God solves it.
Yeah,
I mean, it turtles all the way down, except for our God. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was just saying these are very complicated questions that maybe there might not even be an answer we're capable of comprehending, but to just run in there and say, "Oh, it's God." There you go. That makes it. That solves everything. I mean, okay, no evidence for it, but all right.
When it really solves nothing, which is the
No,
point I tried to make to him.
it's just a simple explanation. It's like instead of science doing all their work and whatever, to just say, it's magic. It's magic. God took a magic wand and just made everything happen. Well, there you go.
Yep, and they don't have an explanation when I ask for like, well, how are stars made then? Then it's like, well, excuse me, we're trying to figure out how science says it. It's like, well,
Science
I know
has
how
pretty good
science
models
figures out.
for yeah, like Ken Hovind, he used to say, "Oh, where do you get all the elements from? The Big Bang made maybe hydrogen and maybe a little bit of helium and a couple of the other elements, but where do you get all the other hundreds of elements out there?" Then science solved that and said, "Oh, we get them through nucleosynthesis. Stars make them, and they make even more with supernova." You know.
Yep. But then goes back to our god of the gaps.
Absolutely. Let's hear more about his gaps.
Objective three-dimensional aspect, I'll grant you that, but you would still
All the
see
other
a color
hundreds of
attached to
elements
that
out there.
property.
Then science
They have
solved that and
all
said,
good
"Oh, we get them
attributes.
through."
I'm
Getting a
nucleosynthesis,
playback of
but
stars
the
make them
property with
here.
color attached to it. But in my worldview, you would see God, that of fire. God is said to be fire in the Bible, but in an atheist
Fire.
worldview,
Yeah, that was another concept that came up a lot. Is he has this really constant view that Yahweh looks like fire. Very
But
specific. Very specific.
what's burning? I mean, for there to be fire, it'd have to be something burning.
That is true. It is kind of weird. If that's burning, what's hell like? I'll tell you.
I mean, they say God is light. I've heard them say that, but to say he's fire, I mean, he became a burning bush at some point. But a very unusual way of
Yeah.
saying it there.
what would you see? You still see something.
See, but that doesn't really even. You say God as if that answers something. What does God look like?
Well, in Matthew, I have to bring the Bible into this.
He does a lot. Very slowly.
It mentions the eternal fire. So those will be, he will say to those on his left, "Apart from me, you who are cursed into the eternal fire." And then in Hebrews, it also mentions that God is a consuming fire. And then going back to my conclusion,
But hell is where God is not, right?
the stars and planets are a result.
Yeah, I don't think I got a good, clear definition of hell
outside
from him.
energy and matter.
It's where God is not. So there's apparently some other form of fire down there.
It has to be non-physical.
Yeah, he has the good fire, and then there's the bad fire. Lots of fire. Oh.
To be an expansion.
Oh, he's saying bring the Bible into it. Like, though, go ahead, bring the Bible and go ahead, bring it on.
You can manipulate matter to get stars and planets.
Push back on a few of those points. So, you say fire. He just looks like fire? Is he fire? I say he, and it doesn't. I'm already granting more than I think.
Well, the three primary colors of energy and matter is red, yellow, and blue.
Colors are also
So
very
if you
important to him.
extrapolate that back, fire, putting fire as the starting point is also red, yellow, and blue. So in Genesis 1:1, God created the heavens and the earth. He created matter. And then Genesis 1:3, God said, "Let there be light." So let there be energy. So light is energy, and the colors of light originates from fire, which consists of three primary colors.
See, the red, yellow, and blue, that's just the visual spectrum of light. So it's special and unique to us. But if we could see ultraviolet or other different types of rays, you might have a different makeup of what you think this deity looks like. And I also want to get to sentience, really, because you think that you think it's a being, and I find that fascinating.
See, in an atheistic worldview, outside the universe, people will invoke dark matter, but that dark matter has the exact.
That's not outside the universe. That's in the universe.
That being eternal, infinite in
Yeah.
size, three-dimensional, etc. But the difference between God and dark matter is that God has an omnipotence and a consciousness to choose and manipulate matter. So just to elaborate, just to summarize that, you have two particulars with no gaps in between. So they're sitting on top of each other, and then suddenly there was a shift from 0 to 1. So that requires a consciousness who is eternal to choose to interact with that physical particular.
That doesn't follow, but okay.
About things that are outside the universe. And another thing, consciousness is a mechanism. It's a mechanism of our brains. We know of literally no examples besides animals which are conscious creatures.
A conscious. See, this comports with the Bible again in Genesis 1:27 that we are made in God's image. So just to elaborate on that, when we close our eyes and visualize an image, that image in our mind has no boundaries, and you can manipulate that image to your liking. So to extrapolate that back, God would be the eternal consciousness. And that image in our mind has no boundaries. So that would explain God's infinite size and the mechanism he uses.
So he's imaginary?
It's just a concept. But from my view, consciousness, the body needs consciousness. It uses it to gather food. Why would this conscious agent even exist? Does it have a body or cells? It seems like it's consciousness first.
And from God's perspective,
Always get very vague.
The way I see it is when we close our eyes, that room in our mind would be God's perspective. But from our perspective, looking at God, we would see infinite fire. And God is a necessary being because absolute nothingness as a starting point is impossible. Because if nothing created infinite matter, well, that infinite matter still needs someone outside of it to get stars and planets.
So in the beginning there was fire, even though there was nothing to burn, and then that fire had consciousness. I think that's what he's trying to say. I don't know where he's going.
Apparently, we're also living in its consciousness. Like at that point, it just makes me think of like a giant. And we're living in a giant. But why? Why are we living in a consciousness?
I mean, you can propose any number of explanations. The universe could be a subatomic particle in a gigantic universe. You can pose any number of untestable, unprovable hypothesis.
You could go Men in Black. You could just say, it's just aliens pinching pebbles or what was it, marbles at each other and with galaxies in them. You can make up infinite amount of things.
I mean, the hypothesis that's much more makes more sense than his simulation theory, that this is all just in an alien computer program somewhere, just a simulation, but can't really test that.
But fire. Why fire? Why fire? And at first, with the colors thing, as a graphic designer, I was like, I appreciate how much you appreciate color and color theory and all this, but I think you're taking it a little too far.
Yeah, what do sound waves look like? I mean, we just happen to see the colors we see because that's how evolution designed our eyes. But the electromagnetic spectrum goes way further and way under what we can see. But this is what evolution decided we needed to know to keep us alive.
Exactly, just the visual spectrum.
There you go.
Not even sure, quote unquote, nothing can exist. I think that everything we could trace back to a certain point that we call the singularity before it expanded, and beyond that, I can't know.
See, it's not about what happened before the singularity. It's what is, in an atheistic worldview, what is the matter expanding into? Because
see, but you say atheistic, but it's not about atheism, because I'm just taking my cues from physics.
Well, from a non-theistic worldview.
From a naturalist worldview.
I would say I have many non-theistic worldviews, but I would say my cosmology comes from cosmology.
Yeah, but there are Christian cosmologists and astrophysicists.
I agree. In fact, I think one of the leading, I don't want to say founders, but one of the first theorists to get it published was a Catholic priest. Well, in modern time, because I think Aristotle and a bunch of other. Yeah.
He's going to say, I met real Christians, not Catholics.
Big Bang the founder was a Christian, and that God was behind. He was the cause for the Big Bang. But from a non-theistic worldview, you have eternal matter just sitting there, and then suddenly, for no reason, it expands. Even if I grant you an expansion, that matter itself would consist of life. Because life is another word for spontaneous movement without any outside interference. So for that matter to
no, that's quantum physics.
Without an outside cause,
sometimes
would mean inside of that matter consists of life.
Well, you say no reason, but it's not that there may be no reason. It's just we don't know. And we say why, but more often it's how. We don't know, like you were talking earlier, we don't know what dark matter is. It's just a fill in the blank, because whatever it is, there seems to be more of the substance that collects around galaxies and almost seems to be, the binding, because there's more of it there than the actual galaxy, if the number is what it's telling us is correct.
A secular Big Bang, the formation of stars and planets, those have to invoke that it's a result from the matter colliding with the dark matter, because matter can't create more finite in shape particulates inside of itself. It's like a pool of water making ice cubes inside of itself. You need something outside of that matter to do all the tinkering.
I don't even think what he's saying here makes any sense at all.
So the difference, again, with dark matter and God is that God has an omnipotence to manipulate matter.
Yeah, I don't get his analogy.
And if you go,
I don't get many of his analogies.
No, you need gravity is what you need to make stars and planets. That's all it is. You have matter and you have gravity. Matter pulls on other particles of matter. They like to come together. That's just a fundamental property of the universe.
Yeah, I would say the funny thing, I think I went into this and he didn't push back. That's why I'm like, half. I don't know if it really was a flat Earth thing, or because whenever I ask, for a different model, like I think we have actually a really good grasp, as good a grasp of anything that we're going to know in science to how planets and stars form. We were wondering if black holes dissipate, but we weren't wondering if black holes were real, at least not for the past, not since the 1950s or something, I think.
Yeah, they've been hypothesized since I think the 1920s, and then even more evidence is built up to the point where now nobody really questions their existence. It's pretty much as confirmed as anything can be in science.
Yeah. And they never offer any other plausible explanations. It's never like I never get like, okay, let's pretend we don't know how planets form. How did God do it? We never get like all right, and like a guy opens up a schematic and it's like God did it. He did here. He did here. It's like we never get that.
Now, that doesn't, we know that there are black holes. That doesn't mean we know everything about them. In fact, there are several problems in physics related directly to black holes. There are things that go on inside there that we just cannot comprehend. There are paradoxes involved in all that, and how you resolve all that. And science is working on that now.
Exactly. Like tying the big to the small. We're still trying to find, but just because we're working on things doesn't mean we don't know anything.
I mean, you do get to the center of a black hole, and mathematically you get a singularity, like the beginning of the universe. We don't really understand what that means or what that is. It might not even be a physical thing. It could be just a placeholder for something we don't yet have the ability to describe, a concept.
And it's because we're driven to it. It's not like I want black holes. Like I have an opinion on black holes. It's just like this is what the data shows us.
They're there. Don't know
They're
everything
there.
about them. Don't quite understand how they work, but they're still there, just like the universe.
In particular, B of dark matter with no gaps in between. So why wasn't there an interaction from zero? Why was there an expansion? It just it doesn't make any sense.
You're saying why an expansion, but the reason that we can do anything is because that there was a Big Bang, is that everything moved out, and thus you have the ability to move and do things because everything was in on top of each other. I mean, it's similar looking, in my opinion, to things like black holes that are really hard to conceptualize because technically they're going towards, mathematical infinities, but they're still there and they exist and they happen. And there could be a naturalistic, an outside and outside. Though I think if we ever did find a multiverse, I think the question that Theos would then just ask would say, well, okay, well, what's holding that? And so it's kind of like a turtle's all the way down.
The problem with the black hole, well, just to clarify with you, do you believe matter came into existence from a prior universe originating from a black hole?
It could be something similar to that, but now I'm getting into hypothesis land because we really don't know. It's just that the Einstein's equations allow for possible white holes.
We can play that out. So you have infinite in size matter, and then gravity, which is an inside mechanism, created a singularity, a black hole. So to give you a visualization, you have an upside down road safety cone, and the pointy bits of the safety cone would be the singularity. And beyond the curvature of that singularity is just more matter.
It's another
So
bad
it wasn't
analogy.
a black hole to begin with. So that goes back to premise one, that matter requires an outside mechanism, not an.
Also, you'll see this throughout the debate. I feel like anytime I get somewhere really juicy, like I really make him think, he goes back to premise one. It's a common thing. We're gonna keep on going back to that argument, so he'll keep it on theme, I assure you, because I think it's what he likes to. This is his thing.
He likes to stay in the realm of the things that science doesn't really know and can't really explain very well, because that's where his God can live uninterfered with and unabated.
Exactly. If you don't know something, then it's amazing how much people can fit into something they don't know. Let me tell you.
An inside mechanism of gravity.
But then you could just say, what's outside of that? Like even though most theists will
Mind
say,
blown.
well, God is they'll say, well, he's the stopper. But that never really makes sense, because the premise to get to God always has to be there's something outside of that. There's something outside.
Could he have a God above him?
Outside that.
Well, so you have, I'll address that. So you have two particulars, particular of matter and a second particular of the immaterial. What would be the third particular if the immaterial is not infinite in size?
The immaterial? Because I think of the material.
You have, I'll just reiterate. So particular A would be material. Particular 2 would be the immaterial.
So you have something that's infinite in size contained in something that's also infinite in size, contained in something that is also infinite in size. There you go.
Yeah. I think the common thing I brought up was it's like a Russian nesting doll, except now we're using infinites and non-infinites.
Yeah, the universe is infinite, but what's that contained in? Well, that would also have to be infinite in size, right? Well, and what's that in? Something also infinite in size.
Exists. What is that third particular if it's not physical and non-physical?
And I'm gonna let Terra in. Hello there.
Oh, am I in?
You're in.
Well, you got me at a bad time because I was writing down that point because, like, I just put down this is logically bad, and so where do I start?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's your view so far?
As someone who's creative and who has gave fictional gods, imaginary star systems, constellations, and whatever, his arguments have all been bullocks. It's like it's just been terrible.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
And also, like, I went to the video because I was like, I'm gonna either leave a comment or dislike, and I can't do either. So I'm like, well,
yeah, he's got
I
comments
guess
turned off.
Yeah, he's got everything turned off.
His sub count is hidden.
But yeah, it's a very interesting. Or I mean, it is a syllogism. I'll give him that. But I don't know. It's just so much stuff to me shoved in, and I just disagree on almost every line on both premises and the conclusion.
Well, he brings up a lot about physical and non-physical as, like, apparently being an omnipotent being gives you both. Like, I have a book on metaphysics, so I think it's like a sort of hobby for me. My issue is that, like, it can't be both, obviously. It can't be physical and non-physical. That's just like, can we agree that's logically bad? I don't think that works ever.
Well, my thing with we constantly, I don't think we've gone up to it yet, but we go to omnipotence, I believe, and it's always curious how this God is always the most powerful, and yet his one weakness is that he can't do anything in the quote-unquote real world.
I mean, I
Like-
think
Well, not that he can, he just chooses
Oh,
not to.
that's right. I forgot. Divine. I should call it Divine Diva Queen. I think I'm gonna call that fallacy.
Divine hiddenness.
I have like a perfect paradox that I think is based on two premises. It's like if God is omnipotent and omniscient, then like I would assume that like based on these premises personally that we live in a deterministic fate-bound universe, but that's neither here nor there. But if he was omnipotent and omniscient, I'm still waiting for like this perfect signal that I could point to, go, oh yes, that must be God. Like I brought this up with Smokey. If I look up to the stars and I see like a star shaped like a middle finger flipping me off because I'm a non-believer, I would be like, oh shit, that's my sign. I'm just, fuck it, like I'm gonna be an ape-like monkey. I'll call it.
Can I because I've thought about that question, though. I asked them, what happens if in the stars you see God is not real? Does that, and then all of a sudden, they're very quick to see, they're like, listen, technology could be anything. How could we? I'm like, that's funny.
I mean,
That's
when
a
we look out
familiar
into the
argument.
stars, we just see everything happening naturally. We don't see anything happening that needs any supernatural explanation. That's all we see in every direction. We don't see any gods. We don't see anybody else other than us.
Exactly. Can you keep playing the video, actually? I'm on point 24, so let's make this 25.
That sounds good. I don't understand anything. Like I said, I don't agree with the premise because all that we know of currently is the physical. And to assert that there is something outside and to ask, well, what is that? That there is that.
But even if I grant you an expansion from a singularity, what is the next step? How do you get stars and planets from that?
So you get stars because the gravity coalesces slowly. You get different oxygen combining in it. Eventually, you get a tug of war where the star is generating energy that's pushing the energy outward and gravity's pushing the energy inward. And eventually the star gravity wins because the energy runs out. And in the larger stars, they explode, spilling out their guts. And in that explosion, in these supernovas, they explode the vast majority of the periodic table of elements out into other galaxies. And from that new matter, you then get new stars, you then get planets and moons, and you get solar systems.
To go back to the gravity.
Almost lost my voice for a second.
I just want to address the gravity.
But where's God in all that?
The gravity would be
I know, exactly.
affecting the whole particular. Unless you have a fine tuner that is inserting gravity in pockets in different areas of that matter. Well, is that what you are invoking?
A fine tuner. No.
A fine tuner.
This is actually my least favorite argument. It's like I literally put down, shit, here we go again. It's like the fine tuner argument is sort of ridiculous for me because eventually there's you'll get logical inconsistencies, but from a creative point of view, I don't understand the point of a fine tuner in our universe when we're talking about cosmological timescales, ever.
Yeah, I don't get fine tuning. To me, it's wordplay. It's basically people telling me that if the laws of physics were different, we'd all be kaput. It's like, yeah, and like
Yeah, if the
that's just a
sun were
favoritism to us.
if
I
the
mean, I
sun
meant,
were much larger, we wouldn't be here.
I mean,
Exactly.
actually, I'm a believer of string theory, which I think has more merit than the Christian God, but that's neither here nor there. But in string theory, even like there are these 19 constants that can be changed with like gravitational strings that would make life impossible. Like if the weak force was actually too strong, so like matter would become too dense, or like I don't know, like gravity is like too weak, so like stars can never form. You know, it's at this point, I feel like we're looking things through the anthropic principle. It's just self-bias and self-interest.
Yeah. That, and I feel like it's a side thing. It's why I don't think he questions me on some of these, because I don't feel like I'm debating my opinion. Didn't it feel like I was just doing, you know, science class, 8th grade science class?
Basically, yes.
You're basically like you're basically a Turing machine. We'll call it the aiming machine, where like you're going through like these punch out arguments, and you just have to go long like basically a line after line after line. It just seems like it never ends because you have like a stack of like these punch out cards. Because like I feel like only maybe 1 or 2 points you had to go further into. I remember the eternal fire argument. I'm still waiting for him to say that again, but apparently we're gone.
Thank you. I appreciate that, but trust
She-
me, the fire's coming. That's a common
She-
theme.
She's going
Oh,
through
boy.
these arguments one by one, and then Smokey Saint just runs out of nowhere and says his shit.
And this guy. I think he said he's a big fan of Maddox. So this
Why
is
does
where
that
he
not
gets
surprise me?
I,
The Big Bang was not even, and so from that unevenness, if we look at the cosmic micro background radiation, you do have different pockets, especially where there seems to be more dark matter and galaxies form in these pockets.
But is the matter creating dark matter, or is the matter expanding into this dark matter?
I wouldn't say it's creating, but it just seems to be either where matter is, and that happens to be, it seems to either make gravity stronger, or it's doing something. We're once again, this is now going into the unknown.
Because to give you the analogy earlier, you have a pool of water that can't make ice cubes inside of itself. So, but you have to invoke gravity as the mechanism. But you have all these pockets of gravity, not just one giant force.
Well, you say invoke gravity, but the question was how are stars and planets form, and gravity is, the main component in that equation, along with the specific elements.
Yeah, we are on square one. So we are on the topic before the formation of stars and planets. So we're at times 0. So I've granted you an expansion in eternal matter, but what you still have hurdles. That's being what is the matter expanding into, and the mechanism for stars and planets. If gravity is just one mechanism, or was there multiple pockets of gravity? So then that goes back to 2. Yep.
Well, can I ask 2 questions? How is God making planets and stars? And then I guess I'll ask the second question, and then to come back forward in time a little bit. Can I get a definition of consciousness?
Okay.
Can I steelman him a little bit? I'm sort of you.
Sure.
Okay, so like I'm pretty sure if we're talking like advanced civilizations like Isaac Clarke's third law, any advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if like a type 2 or type 3 civilization that may appear quote unquote godly to us. I say this word very loosely. Like I don't want anyone to like strawman me to like say like, oh, like those are gods, because like I thought about that too. It leads nowhere, and honestly, it's gonna be a pain. But I wouldn't mind if theoretically, I know it hasn't happened this way. I wouldn't mind theoretically if like our star system was like basically a super advanced civilization collecting hydrogen and helium gas, like maybe putting it inside of like this giant shell, compressing it to basically fuse. Sure, yeah, but like that goes against like obviously the physical processes and evidence for what we have for obviously the creation of our solar system. It's like we have evidence.
Even in that explanation, everything was natural. You're just basically saying, could there be a creationist viewpoint that is natural?
Sure.
Yes. My problem with that is that that's not what they're doing. They want me to worship it. Like, because I've said before,
Yeah.
they're like, if Jesus stood in front of you right now and he started just shooting fishes out of his hands and stuff, would you not believe him? And it's like, well, I guess at that point I'd believe that he had superpowers, and like there's obviously, well, after we tested it and we proved it, then yeah, obviously there's something going on. But then I'm not going to worship Fishman. Do you know what I mean? Like there's a completely different component.
And they said, but Amy, if you don't worship me, I'm going to have to burn you.
Oh, I know. I never got into that, but I think it was in the other podcast. I wanted to talk about this, but it's I call it spiritual threats.
I love you more than you could ever know, more than you could ever comprehend. But if you don't love me back, well, yeah.
Can I actually respond? Because you mentioned like naturalistic causes. I'm actually pretty much a naturalist, so I am also agnostic, so that's pretty much why. Now, by the same token, if I saw like Frieza come to our planet saying "worship me" or "I'm going to blow up the Earth," I probably still wouldn't do it because that sounds like a dick move. But again, I'm still waiting for that quote unquote clear sign from this debate for me to like, stop my drinking, stop my smoking weed, and like, turn my back on agnosticism or something. As it hasn't happened yet.
Hey, bring
delete
us
all your porn.
Evidence. They can prove that they're gonna burn us forever. Though I feel like at that point, I just got to figure out how to fight that being, even if I'm gonna lose. But yeah.
Oh, like the devil, like fighting an omnipotent being who is omnipotent. You're gonna lose, but what the hell?
Exactly. Hey, all I gotta do is bring all of us evidence. But yeah,
we'll launch an insurrection against an unbeatable foe.
Or so they say. We'll see what his powers are, right? If it's only Fishman, then we'll be good. But if it's omnipotent, we might have problems.
What mechanism God uses to create things?
Yeah, I mean, you're basically saying, how does science explain how planets and stars? And I think we actually have a good explanation. Dark matter is weird, and it's a new thing, as it seems to be like this seems to be like adding on and making them accelerate. But we know how planets and stars form. So how because it's hard. I don't even want to count out theists, because I think a lot of theists would agree with just what I said. I don't know, a creationist. How is God? What is the mechanism that he's doing it by?
The only mechanism that makes sense would be us living inside of his consciousness. So it takes an immaterial thought to produce a material result. And we can test that ourselves by closing our eyes and visualizing anything. So that
See,
Yeah.
I'd
He
already
means in God's
agree with you,
imagination.
because what you and you. What's that?
I said he means we're in God's imagination. Like
I mean, that's what
what it
he's
sounds like.
saying. We're in the brain.
Very quickly before I do go my break, if we are in God's imagination, can I critique God's imagination? I'm still waiting to like bend the elements. I really want to become the Avatar. I'm a fucking nerd like that. All right, or like we can even still talk about like maybe like hardcore science fiction. Like I don't know, I kind of would like a warp drive, like a Star Trek warp drive, and like I'm also forced to unfortunately concede there that I need negative matter or mass or energy, and that still somehow seems much more reasonable than a sort of omnipotent being.
I mean, hey, bring us some superpowers.
Mm-hmm.
All he seems to be able to do is not be able to heal amputees.
Also, like
he seems
James,
very good at hiding.
also,
Yeah.
also James brought this up. This is a good punchline, I think. We will launch an insurrection on an unbeatable foe. That was brutal, because either saying know something we don't know, God isn't omnipotent, or he's the biggest fool in existence. Personally,
Yeah,
I'm trying to believe the former.
Yeah.
I mean, who would be sitting around saying, "Huh, there's nothing I'll be ever able to do to this guy." But not only was this super intelligent being able to come to that conclusion, he convinced 30% of the other hyper intelligent beings to go on this suicide mission. It's asinine.
And I don't get why I don't get an answer for free will on drowning people. Like they're always like, well, he couldn't Thanos snap all the people in Noah to not be evil, because then that would ruin their free will. But you know what? Wouldn't ruin their free will? Drowning all of them.
Cosmic Skeptic did a video on this. Is God evil? Highly recommend it. Anyway, I gotta go for a bit.
All right, we'll be here.
You've brought that concept up a few times. What we're doing when we do that is we're having abstract thoughts. And just because we're having abstract thoughts, though, doesn't mean that it translates into the real world. I don't think our brains can even visualize or comprehend some concepts like infinities, even though in mathematics we deal with like multiple infinities. But our brains just aren't set for that.
But that image in our mind, we can just push that image further and further away from us. There's no limit to that image. So we could even travel in our minds, like just visualize swimming in the beach. There's no end. It could just keep going.
See,
and
but
going.
it's a tool.
Yeah, it's a
consciousness is a tool that animals specifically, as far as I tell, I'm going to keep on going back to that, use to walk around and gather food, gather energy.
Yeah, I think you're alluding to evolution and creation. I don't debate creation or evolution. I just debate God.
Listen, I guarantee you, we're like a minute away from going back to premise one you watch.
In general.
Okay.
But you were asking earlier, how would I define?
It's like he's never heard any of these arguments before. He's like perplexed.
Yeah, because I'm very. This really is his shtick. This conclude. Like, I almost feel bad. I don't want to completely knock him. We all have our shtick, right? But once I start to go into things like biology or morality, I feel like he almost gets uncomfortable.
Like he's just like perplexed by this. Like he's never heard the arguments that you're making before, and they're all just basic common sense things, like just basic questions that would come to mind. I don't know.
I also think, and this is just, I might be biased, but I feel like they never get pushed back on consciousness, because I think they're so used to being, well, we don't know anything. And then I'm like, no, it's kind of animals, isn't it? Like fungi don't do it, and plants don't do it, and single cells. And you're kind of telling me this thing like outside the universe does it. And they're like, well,
Well,
yeah,
he's conscious fire, I guess. I don't know.
conscious fire. He's conscious, colorful fire, because God has style.
What is that? Yellow. What were his colors again? Red.
It's the primaries, I think. I'm trying to
Red,
think, because
green,
there's
and
actually
blue?
three. Yeah, you
Red,
can.
yellow, blue.
I think, because there's actually
Cyan,
ways
yellow,
you can run it.
magenta.
He'll probably say it again. I don't know why those colors, but why those colors? I don't know why. Like he never
That he's
really
not very
goes into
comfortable
that.
with rainbow colors, though.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not. We didn't. I think we almost went into that. They never like going into like, the killing homosexuals and that. They're if there was a rug, they would metaphorically be tucking that passage underneath it.
As they're trying to strap the noose around your neck.
No, that's true. Well, it's funny because they both want to read it and kind of interpret it, but then they're like, "But we don't want to do it." They're kind of like at the point where they're like, "We just want to be inspired by the past."
Yeah,
You know
Nephilim
what I
3,
mean?
he was like, oh, well, that was, God just put that in place at that time to that harsh, unforgiving, very harsh rule. It was necessary then, but we don't do that today.
James, what you have to understand is that we just take that as our inspirational quotes. We just put those on the wall, but it's not like we do it.
So you deserve to be killed, but we're not going to kill you because we're nice people.
Exactly. We live in that tolerant Christian society that they tell us, even though it came from the deist Enlightenment founders, many of which who didn't believe in God. But yes.
Absolutely.
Very interested. It's my thing. I want to create, I'm interested in like synthetic consciousnesses and artificial intelligence and stuff. And I have very good definitions of consciousness, but they're almost always physical and material. So what is your definition of conscious? Because it seems to be important theism.
Well, how I would define it is, I said this earlier, it's another word for life. So a movement from inside.
I have a problem with that already.
Without any outside interference. So to elaborate on that, if you see your chair moving around inside your house, that chair would consist of life. Correct?
Things move that are not
See
alive.
the chair moving around. I feel like even that's kind of a loose, because you could say a Roomba is moving around.
Well, assuming just assuming you made the chair and you knew the material that you were using, and you had all the doors and windows locked, there's no earthquakes or anything, and suddenly your chair starts jumping up and down, left and right, doing flips, etc. What conclusion would you come up with?
So you're trying to allude that it became conscious. But
say it had a consciousness to begin with, and suddenly it decided to move.
Well, see, now you're saying, granted consciousness, isn't it conscious? Well, sure.
Yeah, so that's how I would define a consciousness.
All right, we're solved. We solved everything.
There you go. It's conscious, therefore it's conscious.
And because of biogenesis,
We have found the perfect tautology. We've won.
That back to the eternal prime mover. That prime mover consists of life, therefore God.
See, I have 2 points for that. One, you actually defined, I think, consciousness as life, or an analogous to life. And I think that is a commonly held misbelief and bias by many humans, not even just theists probably. Because if you think about it, the only thing that actually is conscious is the small sliver. It's actually the single-celled organisms, plants, and fungi. The majority of life isn't conscious, and once again, just animals that are conscious.
But just to go back to astronomy,
Okay.
you have. See, we need to play this out again. So you have. So speaking. So this is your worldview. So you have eternal matter that is finite in size. Matter requires energy for there to be color. So therefore you have colorless eternal matter. And then outside of that colorless matter has to be an infinite in size property with a color. So you have the supernatural with a color. How would you explain that without using God?
I don't see how God solves any of that, but it's once again the first premise. I don't think that the universe, we can even say the universe is finite. And as far as I can tell, I think the consensus of scientists is the universe is actually infinite. Currently,
Well,
that's
do you mean a cosmos?
as in the universe is going on forever.
Yeah, it would be expanding. Like it's finite in size, expanding into an infinite in size property. And that infinite in size property has to be non-physical, otherwise there wouldn't be an expansion to begin with.
See, that word non-physical, how do you don't know it's just a different type of physical? It's a different physical that can be nested, so that it can be like a multiverse. We wouldn't call that supernatural.
But that multiverse theory, what is in between the gaps of these universes?
The God of the Gaps argument.
In the gaps.
Well,
Yeah,
you're
basically.
saying that
A bag of Cheetos, maybe? I don't know.
outside this universe,
That too.
is something physical, but material we haven't observed before.
But a
So that would
divine
be a
bag.
second universe. So
With
that
Tom
would mean
Petty?
the universe would be
Yes.
part of this universe. So, but if they're expanding, if this
Same.
universe is expanding into that second universe has to be immaterial.
It would mean we would be part of that universe, just like how we as creatures are part of the universe.
But if you
Just like how birds are
if you
dinosaurs, but
hold
they're still
the view
birds.
that stars and planets are eternal,
Wonder if
therefore
he
you're
believes in
left with
dinosaurs.
one particular of matter
We didn't get into evolution, I think.
expanding. And if you're saying that it's physical,
Save that for next time.
well, then you're back to premise one, that infinite in size matter cannot operate without an outside non-physical prime mover.
See, but space and time is expanding, and I think it's easy for us to comprehend time going forward. I think the trouble is what we're having is what does it mean for space to expand? Because it's easy for me to understand why planets and stars, like for example, it's predicted we're about halfway through the life cycle of our star. So in another 4.5 billion years, it's going to red giant and most likely destroy Earth. I mean, it's just a physical phenomenon. It's not like we have an opinion on it.
But the space and time you mentioned, is that immaterial? can you see space and time?
I would say they're concepts. Because now we're saying I can tell you what it means to have causality. I can tell you what a temporal thing is. I can tell you what it means to have matter and how where we could tell where each atom is, but some things are just hard for us to conceptualize.
I will grant you time, because time is the movement or the measurement of the movement of matter. But the space, see, that's where it gets iffy. So is this space?
Well, just want to stop for a second. I'm glad he granted me time. It is weird every once in a while how casually we're like, but let's talk about if space exists.
But he'll grant you time, but not
time.
space.
That's good to know. Even though we know, I believe, fairly well with mathematical proofs that they are tied. But
Time
whatever.
and space are linked. You can't really separate. Yeah, you can't
exactly.
really separate the two.
And that's what I was trying to allude, is just that it's hard to conceptualize and that space is expanding, but it's easy for us to conceptualize time because we are moving in time.
But it's like, yeah, exactly. It's like them demanding, I demand that you give me an explanation for cause before causality that I can understand. I'm sorry, I don't have one for you.
Yeah.
So we're not equipped to understand that.
We didn't evolve in a landscape in which all of space is expanding because we are not that large.
It's not what we encounter every day. It's not intuitive, as Sunflower would say.
I will say, I think there's a reason that's at least an expansion of space is hard for us to conceptualize. I don't want to get, like you said, into evolution too much, but we weren't evolved to make choices where that sort of thing happened, but we evolved on a landscape where temporal events are very important.
But see, for
space is still important, just not expanding space like we're talking about.
See, I could walk inside a room and inside a living room and say there's a lot of space in this room, but the space is just the oxygen. It's just material. So what do you mean by space? Like, what are the attributes of space?
It means from being able to go from point A to point B. We weren't able to do that in a singularity because everything was that had no meaning if everything is in a single point.
But that would be like the room, like the length of the oxygen would be in the living room. So that would just be the word space is just an assigned value to something that is material. But in context to the formation of the universe, is the matter the space? Is that what you are invoking? Or is the space outside of the matter?
Can you rephrase the question?
You have
Not even sure what he means by that.
finite in size matter.
Matter exists in space. You need the space first, then you put the matter in it.
Side? Or is that just the matter?
I don't know what outside the universe could even mean because we can't go back.
But you have, hypothetically, say you're standing inside of the singularity which is colorless, what would you see beyond that curvature? What are one of the attributes?
Once again, he snuck in that word colorless. I don't know why, though.
Or you wouldn't be able to see anything.
Doesn't
back.
add anything. Welcome back.
Yeah, it really doesn't add anything to what he's saying.
It's even
I actually made a point
Was he
about
try-
this.
see it.
What was that?
I actually made a point about this in my notes about whenever he talks about color. Because, like, color, if I'm being honest, it doesn't pragmatically exist. You know, light bounces off matter to give us information through our eyeballs, and then that gets processed in our brain. But our brain is already imperfect at seeing color to begin with, such as, like, you know, colors like magenta. So I don't even know what this quote-unquote colorless means. It kind of reminds me of H.P. Lovecraft's, like, literally the story is titled A Color from Outer Space. And, you know, he's always talking about, like, these mysterious colors that we've never seen before. And, like, your imagination can only go so far. Like, I'm a painter, so my imagination, I expect, with color can go pretty far. But I think that, you know,
You can't
colorless
imagine
matter.
a color, a new color.
Right, exactly. You know, that's impossible. Like,
What?
how...
Actually, I was just gonna say. I mean, if you think about it, there might not have even word color might not have even meant anything in the universe until there were beings alive to see light and to process light and to make meaning out of it.
I think you're right.
And it's,
Before that, it was just light. It didn't look like anything because there was nobody to see anything.
yeah, there was both no one to see anything, and the stars weren't turned on. There was nothing generating energy to give light.
So actually, you made a point earlier. I wrote down that it was you, Amy. It's like we evolved in a landscape that time is important, and that's absolutely true because I feel like we don't we don't try to rationalize it further, but give you context. Can we agree that, like, at least as far as we know, like, can we all agree that the speed of light's the fastest thing in the universe?
I think we don't know anything that can break it. I think that's what we know is the fastest. Right.
That's
As
our
far as
Occam's
I
razor
know.
assumption right
The
now,
speed
right?
of light.
Yeah.
I don't think anything could because that's the speed of causality, so it would break causality, as I understand physics anyway.
Oh, there's one
This is actually
thing.
right. Never mind. I can't make my point. He just stole it from me.
Was that it? Oh.
Yeah.
I will say one thing. There is, I forget what it. When you, I'm scared to invoke the word quantum because I know it's something when you're tied. There is something that when you rattle a proton over here and you do it in another galaxy, hypothetically, it will still rattle. But I think that's all
quantum
hypothetical.
entanglement.
I do
particles?
believe it's quite entangled particles.
Yeah, they can transmit data instantly.
Yeah, I'm very hesitant to speak on that because that's going really out of my expertise. But
I actually think I got something against that. So, I mean, entanglement, there's like this fallacy I think we have. It's like entanglement doesn't break the speed of light per se. But even if it did, granting the premise, entanglement doesn't mean we can transfer information. So that means that even if, let's say, we had entangled particles, like I want to call James in like Andromeda Galaxy. So I'm going to use my new Proton Phone 9000, and I'm going to use my entangled particle with his entangled particle to call him. In that case, the speed of causality would be limited to the reference point because, you know, time is, well, in relativity, it's relative, but time in quantum mechanics is more of a positional thing, you know, because we can never know energy and position at the same time.
Okay.
That was actually my point.
No, it makes sense.
Yeah, quantum
And
superposition.
honestly, this is all far and away because he can't even tell me his mechanism for making planets and things like that. Like, I never get that from creationists. Like, the actual and I got criticized, I think, by Neff because he's like, I don't believe in a literal 6 days. That's ridiculous. I'm like, what? He's like 6,000 years. I'm like, oh, okay. Thank you. I guess you brought it so far back for me.
James,
What I
Amy,
think
you
you're-
guys
what-
totally. Yeah, you guys don't get it. You know how to make a planet? It's really simple. All you need to do is like draw a planet or draw your world map and then put it in a book. There you go. You made your planet. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Exactly. And it's
and I
wait,
made
no.
that in
Magic. Magic
Oh, go ahead.
wand.
Exactly.
Magic wand. Don't forget. Well, even he goes even one step further. It's all in God's imagination. So therefore, God's just imagining it. It's not necessarily
Yeah.
real.
I don't get it. Why do we have to be in a consciousness? Why do we have to be in a brain? I love hammering that point because as obsessed with consciousness as I am, they worship a floating consciousness that has no reason to exist.
They worship.
I don't want to get too far
Oh.
in ad hominem territory, but am I crazy? That sounds like
Basically, their God is a Boltzmann brain.
yeah.
I think, James, you made this point earlier, so God is imaginary. Like, that was clearly a joke, and it's meant to be funny. But I think that's easier to steal, man. So fuck it. Yeah, God is imaginary because, like, if our perception is tied to, like, let's say our mind, and imagination is part of the mind, then God could basically be anything. And I feel like this is, like, what we consider with, like, Jesus. Because, like, if you go to, like, Middle Eastern countries, Jesus is darker skinned, and like in European countries, he's white. You know, like there's two obviously different perceptions we're weighing here, but
I've been into
we're going
some
to be
churches
pragmatic.
where he's black. I mean, he can be whatever you want him to be.
Yeah, so at that point, saying God is imaginary, it's like, well, fuck, he might as well be anything.
See, I have an opinion on that, which is that he was in between. Americans have no concept of it's either you're black or you're white, but there were tan. There were people that somewhere between Europe and Africa. There's actually a lot of people.
Actually,
I remember asking my Sunday school teacher one time that, like, so how did we get all these different races of people? And he's like, oh, well, the original Adam and Eve just must have been completely biracial. They had all of it inside them. I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, and it gets worse because not only are they saying like it goes back the quote unquote 6,000, 10,000 years. Supposedly, I mean, it has to have been from Noah, right? I'm bringing up Noah twice now, but that's when it happened, right? Because
he would have been like the new Adam, yeah, because all the other genetics would have been gone except for his.
So really, all races came from him.
So we're all inbred? God damn it.
And that's not even like 4,000 years. I mean, or whatever. I mean, well, maybe that is 4,000. I don't want to make
roughly
up their genealogy, but yeah, I mean, I don't know why they're arguing about race then. We're all just came here in their eye.
I have nothing to say. That was basically perfect. I have nothing to add to both of your points, so I'll just disappear again for a bit.
That's okay. Back to the flaming colors of consciousness.
Because there's no light.
The singularity?
No, outside of that singularity. Well, there's no light.
See, but there could be an entire another universe with aliens, and they have entire different visual spectrums and things. Like, could be that we're just, pocket A of the cosmos, and or it could be we're pocket 3,679 billion. Or it could be this is it. It could be this is just the entire universe. This is all there ever was.
Yeah, but we are on the topic before the formation of stars and planets. So even these aliens, they would like. There's no evidence for aliens. Even if I grant you aliens, they would have a beginning. Contingent on God.
Well, go ahead and grant it because they are real.
Wait, so you're telling me you're not willing to grant the idea that there's no evidence for aliens, but you're also willing to grant the idea, even though there's God, that there's no evidence for God too? So,
There's
like,
a lot
how do
more
you?
evidence for aliens?
Like, how do I consolidate these two thoughts? Help me out here. One of the two, please help me.
Yeah, at least we're talking inside the universe. I don't understand. It's the consciousness outside
Because
the
he's
universe.
talking about the singularity. You're saying, well, there could be aliens in another universe or another part of the universe outside of that, but we just don't know.
Fun fact: have you ever heard of Ben 10? Either one of you?
Mm-hmm.
Who is that? No.
It's a cartoon.
Ben
I've
10.
heard of it. I've never actually watched it, but I know what it is.
Fun fact: one of Ben's aliens, basically, like he goes to like the point where there's no time, and these higher dimensional aliens are literally creating universes for I don't know what reason, plot, I guess. And like, apparently, Alien X, which is one of Ben's aliens, can like just basically cut through an interdimensional 5D force field because like whenever Phillip says, oh, like outside of time and space, the first thing I kind of want Occam's razor to is like, so outside our conventional time and space, so either 1D, like, just point particles, or like maybe 4D or 5D higher dimensions. And at that point it's okay, so like you maybe give me that, but like that still doesn't mean omnipotence by the end of the day. I feel like I want to hammer this point in because I'm on a war with omnipotence and philosophy, and I'm not going to give up.
No, I
Don't-
think
don't
the
give up.
silly. I think almost all three of them have like built-in contradictions and stuff like that. Some of them you can use against each other and stuff like that. The classic, can God lift a rock so heavy, or make a rock so heavy that he can't lift it?
Oh, don't ask
So you're
Smokey
just
Saint
going
that.
and it's like, why does he have a proposed solution to that?
Yeah, he just says no, that he says that God is not all powerful. He's just maximally powerful.
Maximally
Like he
powerful.
couldn't
Yeah.
do things that can't be done, but he's not all necessarily all good. He's just maximally good. Like you could never be gooder than him, but
The all
doesn't mean
good
yeah.
never makes sense to me. Like the all good sounds like an abusive relationship. He can only be good to me. Always, that genocide over there, that slavery over there, that was the old him. He is only good to me now. It's like, okay.
Well, you just have to keep telling him how great he is for eternity.
Yeah, and then you'll understand.
Literally for eternity.
Or I'll burn you.
For eternity.
To be a being. Like, our consciousnesses are so specific. They're so, like, our body needs us, and we have a job to do. What does this God have a body at all?
Well, it says word for word in the Bible that he is not a human. And it mentions eternal fire.
And wait, hold on.
Yeah.
You said not a human, but I thought we were made in his image. So isn't he at least humanish?
Well, he would have human emotions, feelings. But who's not to say that the form of Jesus is eternal as well? The image he had of Jesus is eternal as well. Not that he was Jesus from the start, but he had that image of a human vessel.
Well, I mean, at that point, you're just saying he looks like Jesus.
But I don't want to assert that. I'll just stick to God's truth.
Where's Otangelo with the Shroud of Turin argument?
Eternal.
Oh, really? He does the Shroud of Turin?
Otangelo, yeah, that's his shtick.
Mhm.
That's one of his main evidence for Jesus,
I'm pretty sure.
which is a Catholic thing, and he's not Catholic. It's very unusual because
Oh,
that's
really?
a Catholic relic. But
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that's scholarly debunked at this point. I don't know why they.
I don't think anybody really takes it seriously.
Yeah.
It's most likely a middle-age forgery, but even if it's not, all it proves is this is what somebody looked like, maybe. a long time ago.
Exactly.
The reality is, one particular that is infinite in size is necessary. A particular that is not contingent on an outside particular. Because that's like saying, what is the third option from the immaterial and the material? There's no word in the dictionary to describe that. It has to still be a God.
I can give you 3 words for it.
What?
I don't know.
But
Mind blown.
it still requires an omnipotence, an all-powerful attribute with a consciousness.
Wrong.
Go from 0 to 1.
All this about why omnipotence?
For the immaterial to interact and manipulate matter to get stars and planets requires an omnipotence. That's a brute fact. There's no getting around that. Because matter can't create more matter, and matter can't make different shapes inside of itself of different material. Because you got matter, stars equals hydrogen and helium. So that's like water making multiple ice cubes inside of itself. The water would change its whole self into one ice cube. The matter would change its whole self to a different form. But then you're still stuck at 0. There are over trillions of these stars and planets. It requires an outside mechanism who's doing the tinkering.
Tinkering?
I don't.
Yeah,
you
they
don't see
try and
that with
push words
anything else. You're basically ascribing
Just
a
looks like shit
being
happening.
to what I would call natural phenomena. You would say maybe supernatural, but it's a phenomena. I don't understand why beings make tools, but they don't make thunderstorms. They don't make planets.
But are you invoking the laws of nature to get universal consistency?
I wouldn't say the laws of nature. It's just that we contrast artificial things that we make with naturally occurring. Now, I would say humans are naturally occurring. That you would probably say they are a creation, but I see creations, actual creations, as tools that a conscious creator uses most often to get food. Going back to the subject, and it's not even in just humans. You see this in chimpanzees as they try and stick a twig in to get ants. That is what we do.
But the going back to square one, the eternal matter that you're holding on to, for it to expand without an outside cause, would you come to the conclusion that that matter consists of life?
I don't see why life. First of, I don't know if there is an outside, but life would then have to be demonstrated because life comes much later in our universe. So
yeah, we can use ourselves. We have life because we are moving from the inside. The mechanism is happening from the inside. So there's nothing from the outside. So if you extrapolate that back to eternal matter, and then suddenly expands without an outside cause, and that outside cause would have to have an omnipotence. But if you reject that, you don't have to invoke
have to
an
be
inside.
all powerful.
Yeah, you have two particulars. They're sitting on top of each other with no gaps. And then suddenly, particular A, which would be the matter, expands. and then takes a different shape to get stars and planets. That has to be a result from the non-physical particular, and that requires an omnipotence with a consciousness.
Wrong.
That's
I
still
mean, you
God.
can find natural bangs. I mean, volcanoes go bang. These are mechanisms that can happen without a conscious agent.
But but going back, yeah, but volcanoes are multiple particulates. It's many components. But you have one particular of matter, and then suddenly, say you're standing there at 0, and then suddenly you see this ball of matter expanding. Like, unless yeah.
I will say the reason we have Planck time is because it expanded so fast in a single second. I forget the actual numbers, but that we had to create entire new units of time. That's why we use Planck time. So it wouldn't, for a conscious creature, it wouldn't look like that sort of expansion.
And look, even if I grant you that, the expansion, the main question is, what is the matter expanding into? It has to be non-physical, correct?
You say it has to. I don't think that. I don't think that can be demonstratable either way.
But if it's physical, well, then there wouldn't be an expansion to begin with. You're left with infinite in size matter, with no stars and planets.
It could be a different type of physical, with a different type of matter.
But was there a gap in between of the material we observe today?
Isn't another concept he brings up like a lot? I never get what he means quite. He always tries to talk about a gap. He's like, but between this universe and the other universe, what's the gap? I'm like, I don't know what that. Are you speaking of a portal? I never understand, because he constantly goes back to the gap and not the store.
These are all very theoretical concepts. I mean, trying to pontificate on them, they're so wide open. You could go anywhere.
Yeah, and it really is trying to say what is before the Big Bang. And when we say we don't know, they're like, we know you don't know. But
We know.
if we had to ask, what came before the Big Bang? We're like, did you just hear what we just said?
Well,
Yeah.
no, I just want you to
And
explain it to
they
me in a
know.
way that I can understand it. Explain to me cause before causality, please. Just do that.
Yes. Well, and not only that, but any time that you're like, okay, I get it. I will tentatively accept that everything has to have a cause. So, how did your God have a cause? Or what caused your God? They're like,
Well, no,
well,
everything
about
except
that.
him.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything except him has that, because he's
Except
not
him.
caused, but everything else is caused.
But you just have to understand, he's special.
To the material that you are invoking outside of the universe? Is there a gap in between?
It's not a gap. See, going back to my black star, white star hypothesis, you have a cosmos and you have something that has a singularity in one point that then, as the force of the crushing is the same force of the expansion, and it creates a white hole, thus creating basically its own universe. And so the expansion pushes out, and you are able to get new stuff in this new universe.
Yeah, the white hole would be a result from a black hole. So the black hole
We're going back to Eternals. You're always gonna ask what's outside of that, but a God doesn't answer that to me, because you could just say, I could just as easily say, look, it goes back to the singularity. That's all there is. That's all it's ever gonna be. It's eternal. And that's the same satisfying answer as a God.
But there are two versions of a secular Big Bang. So we've been mainly on the model that matter expanded inside one universe, but the black hole hypothesis is matter retracting to a black hole, and then from there a tear from one universe into a second universe, and then you have a white hole. That would just be the explosion of matter. But that's an assertion, because you have to go back to the black hole. So then you have infinite in size matter, and then gravity. Then you have to assert gravity to get a black hole. But the gravity is not going to do anything to that matter, because beyond the singularity point, it's just more matter. So you can't get a rip in the universe, in that first universe. This goes back to premise one.
You can get.
Wait, did this guy just literally remember his premises?
Say that again?
Did this guy literally just remember his premises like 56 minutes into his debate? Like, oh shit, I wrote premises. I forgot about these fucking things. All right, let me check. Fuck.
Well,
He goes back to it when he doesn't have anything else to say.
yeah, what seems to be is that I feel like I was telling James, I feel like every time I get somewhere juicy and a little bit, he gets a little bit uncomfortable. He's like, about that, premise one.
Well, I
I'm
guess
like, okay.
I guess out of intellectual honesty, I did write whenever I started this 2 hours ago, like, you know, what I thought about the premises, and I thought premise was invalid. So let's just go through it very quickly, if you don't mind.
Yeah, did you? In fact, I'll say two things. I'll let you read that, and I wrote two syllogisms in response to his syllogism that I want to go over on here, but I felt too bad presenting them to him during the debate, so I'll go over them maybe like halfway through. But sure, did you have a response to his syllogism?
Yeah, I do.
Yep, sure.
So let's see here. So premise one, I'm just going to read it out loud. Infinite in size matter, which I already questionable, but whatever, cannot operate within a non-physical prime mover. Therefore, it's finite in size. I want to take it to the logical conclusion, because the prime mover is basically, you know, the first cause. I think it's a bad argument, but that's basically the sort of general, like, bow tie on it. Would you both agree?
I mean, there's different parts, but he is trying to. That's what we initially disagreed on. I said I can't. I mean, you're trying to prove a prime mover, so you're putting your conclusion in your premise.
How would a non-physical entity interact with causality? Because let's say that, okay, so a prime mover implies basically causality, that something has to get it going. All right, so as far as I'm aware in naturalist philosophy, causality is almost always related to physical phenomenon, even at the tiniest of scales. So we're already talking about basically this part of his premise is just no. Like, I deny it, like, entirely. And even if it were true, like, there was, like, a non-physical, like, prime mover that was somehow outside of causality, like, they were acausal, my next response would be, okay, but how would an acausal entity interact with causality? It's an assumption, a big one. Because, like, you can't butterfly effect into this, because you're implying that they're non-physical and that they're also apparently able to interact with causality? So, no. And then
Apparently,
I
we're
just
all in
wanna-
God's imagination, so therefore, that's
If I'm in God's imagination, okay, God, I just want to say I have more imagination than you. I'm sorry. Like, it's a hard truth, I know. You could smite me down right now. Oh, wait, no, I'm still alive. But anyway, in all honesty, it just seems kind of... I'm fine with this argument because I'm biased towards it, because, like, I like to be intellectually honest. It's like, why wouldn't a writer be biased to that, you know? But in all honesty, no, I just deny that entirely, because if we were sort of like on this ontological scale of like we were somehow imaginary, my next question would be, so are you implying that we don't exist? Like, are you implying that we live in a deterministic, basically Boltzmann brain, for lack of a better term? Or like everything's just going to happen in like this sort of like, because I'm a determinist because I believe that causes, like Sam Harris is like, you know, he's like, you could prime your brain to sort of do certain causes, and you also like are operating on a lag time. So essentially those causes are always going to basically take time in your brain to process and understand information. But causality is not as simple as like, you know, you know, you could just like be the first mover and let it happen. No.
Well, he's also trying to sneak things in, like the end of premise 1. He's claiming that the universe is finite in size, which I think modern science disagrees with. I had to do a deep dive on it, but it seems that as far as we can tell, it's actually infinite, a flat, infinite universe.
Well, if that plays
And-
into your syllogism, I just want to say that I do agree with you. That is categorically untrue. So keep going.
Yeah, and so beyond the current shape, finite in size, and biogenesis, that also really bothers me, because that feels just like a bait and switch. Like, hadn't none of either premises had biogenesis in it, so why are we talking about that?
Yeah, it is a bait and switch, but like honestly, the premise 1 just personally irritated me because like, didn't I say before on this I don't know show? Didn't I say before that humans are intuitively bad at understanding infinity?
Maybe, probably, because I agree with that too. I think we have a hard time conceptualizing infinity.
Like,
Because we don't need to in nature, generally.
what about you,
yeah,
James?
we don't
What do
encounter
you think?
anything infinite. Well, and even in dealing with infinities, there are different types of infinities. You know, you can there are infinities that are bigger than other infinities. So you could have an infinite universe inside of another bigger infinite universe. It really doesn't, you know, cause any conflict.
Okay, let's take this logically, James, because this is a nested idea. So there's real numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4. Those go to infinity. There is irrational numbers and rational numbers. You know, that's like pi. You know, infinite numbers that don't seem to have an end, or like the square root of 2. And like then there's obviously, you know, complex numbers. That's imaginary numbers. And I think that Philip's definition of imagination is different from this definition of imagination. But all of those infinities are basically infinity. They're just categorically different types of infinity. Like they're nested sets, I guess you could say.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm done actually.
But it's still a very, very premise 1 is very it assumes the conclusion, and the premise 2 is a complete non sequitur.
You had 2 syllogisms, Amy?
You with us, Amy?
Leave it out. Oh, yeah, I figured I was speaking and it was muted. Give me a second to bring it up. I'm trying to think if I should play this while I bring it up. Hold on 1 second.
I honestly have to go because, like, I'm gonna prove that my imagination's better than God, and I'm almost done with this fucking book, so let's just get... Like, it's New Year's Eve. Like, I got no excuses anymore. Like, procrastination's one hell of a drug.
We'll have a talk on fantasy or science fiction one day. I'm trying to work on a story myself, but I've been making a wiki and all this stuff for my characters.
You're definitely more creative than James. I haven't heard. I'm sorry, James. I gotta diss you. You seem to. You haven't told me anything creative ever.
I'm not here for my creativity. No.
I think creativity is a part of logic because creativity is like an applicable trait that could apply to multiple facets. Like creativity, I would argue is the reason why Einstein came up with relativity. Like and I obviously believe in like determinism, so I feel like that his version of creativity when it comes to like geometric bodies and gravity led to some aspect of him formulating it into mathematical language. If that makes sense. And I'm also like naturally the kind of guy who's like, oh yeah, like I write fiction and fictional gods because I like either seeing them lose terribly because I'm a sadist that way, or like I like seeing them genuinely be good people and see them win.
All right. So I have two different syllogisms that I'm going to go over. I think the second one is actually harder to defeat because I do the first one. I've used the first one before to people, to Christians, and they never like it, but I think it's good. Okay. The first one is simply my Jesus argument, which is premise 1, all men are mortal. Premise 2, Jesus was a man. Conclusion, therefore Jesus was immortal. I think, of course, they're going to argue of premise 2, or they'll say he's more than a man.
James?
They would just say he's a special man. He's the only one who's fully man and fully God. He is really complicated theology that goes into the actual nature of Christ.
I'm going to use my creativity because I'm going to prove a point, if you don't mind, James.
Go ahead.
There's
Go
different types of immortality I've seen in fiction. Hulk and Wolverine have immortalities based on regeneration. You shoot their heart, they'll regenerate. There's like Avatar level of immortality where you just reincarnate forever and ever, which honestly is a whole can of worms. Funner can of worms, personally, but I don't want to get into it. And also,
and see, but those are fictional. Now, let me tell you something. If they would admit that their God was fictional, oh, I think we'd be done here.
Yeah, we would be done here. And
That would be the end of it. Yep.
I mean, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna go make another point.
I'm done.
Okay. So, and what were you gonna say?
Go. Oh, I was gonna say, but that would mean they don't get to live forever. So, I mean, yeah.
Oh, I know, and I think that's really what it banks on a lot. Is Jesus died, therefore I get to live on. Yeah, it's like.
What? Wait. That means I don't get to live forever. I have to actually die. Well, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, and then the party starts where you get to worship him. And okay, so this one is my consciousness argument. It's been a common theme. I think I've already brought it up a half dozen times already. Okay, premise 1, all animals are conscious. Premise 2, physically damaging the brain makes an animal not conscious. Conclusion, therefore the brain is the physical organ generating consciousness.
To steel man you further, I feel like you mean by, the quote unquote brain, we're talking like the metaphorical brain of like, fight or flight, eat, survive, basic primordial stuff that we think about basically sort of at a fundamental level, and we do, or we want to do.
Sure. I've been really trying to get Nammer a really good definition of consciousness that includes everything, and it seems to be the ability to turn on and off and the ability to give inputs and outputs while on. I know but that aside, yeah, I think the brain is basically the physical organ, and I think we can pretty conclusively show that when we we poke it enough, we can stop consciousness.
James?
I
Because I
didn't-
actually disagree, but it's honestly a
Oh, really?
disagreement. I disagree, but it's, in all honesty, it's my bias. So I'm not gonna like bring it up because like I kind of want to keep this
That's
moving
okay.
along.
Though
And I
I
think
will-
James could probably debunk it better
You
or
say-
support it better.
You say you're biased, but I have a concept that I call the brain bias, which is we are very, we want to elevate consciousness to this side of special force.
I'll preach that. I'm currently smoking weed. I wish I had shrooms right now. So
Well, I mean, Amy, wouldn't you want to miss out on all the fun that you could have in heaven? I mean, you could get there with John Maddox and have a contest to see who can get the most praises out
I
for God
know.
in like a billion years.
Who
Like,
could
okay.
worship him better?
Right, for the next billion years, who can praise God the more amount of times in that billion years? Go, you and John Maddox just go. You're just spewing all these praises for
And that
and Smokey
billion
Saint-
years. would just
Smokey
be
Saint
winning.
can sit there and keep track of who's got more praising and whatever. And God can just look down at you guys nodding in agreement with all the things that you're saying. Yes, yes, that's true. Yes, I am that badass. Yes, I am all good. I am the best God ever. Yes, yes. Continue.
I did kill those Canaanites. That was pretty badass when I ordered that.
Oh, let's take a cam shot at hell and see how they're doing down there. Nope, it's been 800 quadrillion years. They're still burning. Yep, they're burning. Okay.
It
Honestly,
turns
I
out
f-
I'm a rose.
honestly, I feel like that we could actually get further in the conversation if every Christian in general just told me, like at face value, the Bible's entirely metaphorical and imaginary. Like, all right, we can definitely get a lot further here, but at this point, we're making so many assumptions.
You mean it's all bullshit?
Yeah, well, I'm a kind person. I'm not going to say that. I played the fifth.
I like to think I'm kind, but there are times we got to offend.
I think so, but like at the same time, like I'm gonna write this thing anyway. But I guess to steelman you further, I do have a god who has something that I took from DC called a concept weapon, and I won't get into their abilities. By the way, they them. So just so that we were clear, their core ability is essentially the manipulation of perception and consciousness. And like I'm currently writing it where the other gods are like, that's an ability that's unfair. That's like broken. That's stupid. I don't want to fight it. So they leave them alone.
Yeah, they're interesting concepts. And like I'm writing about characters that have godlike powers, and I think that's why superheroes are so powerful right now, is because I actually think we're secularizing. And I think that when you take God away, we still like these concepts and we still use mythic structure very heavily. It's just that now we don't have to think that they're literally true and give them 10% of our money.
Well, that's like I've said before, that I think Jesus was basically an ancient version of Superman. He was a ancient Jewish version of Superman, like somebody who has all these powers and does all these things to thwart the elites and whatnot.
And you can rub these stories nice enough to where you can get the Sunday school nursery rhyme versions. Like they make books where, and then they killed the firstborn Egyptian sons and everyone was happy about it. So clearly they have,
Before I take my break, I want to like elucidate my point further because like I didn't finish, but I thought it was going to be funny.
Go ahead.
So I
Go
let
ahead.
it.
Oh, you're good.
So, with that being said, I think my form of consciousness and how it links to perception kind of links together pretty well. And I got to put that back up. But anyway, so when it comes to consciousness, I essentially think that if we are all conscious, I'm kind of waiting for this, I'm calling it the perfect mind paradox. Or if God is supposedly omnipotent and omniscient, I'm waiting for the perfect sign in my mind, supposedly, keeping it somewhat open, even with like how many drugs I do, and sort of waiting on like this sign of whatever. But the truth is that no, that's not how it works. As far as we know, consciousness is pretty stuck inside the brain.
Wow.
Even though whenever we were talking earlier about when Amy was like, oh yeah, like they come from the process of the brain. My bias is that I'm a mind-body dualist, Amy. I'm sorry. But anyway, that's my point.
You think the body at some
okay.
level, or the mind and body are separate at some level? You just don't know exactly where it is.
Yeah.
Well, I could tell you where it is, but so I have a problem with the word perfect, like, cause that, like, we kind of understand what that means. Like, this was the perfect cheesecake, or like, ooh, they ran the perfect game.
It's
But
subjective, right?
yeah, it's hard to, not only that, but to me that concept always gets creepy, because that's why they tell me they killed Jesus, because he was perfect. And to me, it's like you've already taken a concept that's kind of vague, and now you're telling me that's actually the excuse they gave that they killed him.
I mean, I go back to my earlier point. If like I said that if we agreed that the Bible is metaphorical or imaginary, we get a lot further. So it kind of connects back to there.
And I will say, I'm rare. I have very strong views about all the consciousness and the mind and all of that. So you say you're mind body dualist? I could maybe take that on. To me, there is a definite hierarchy, and the mind is nested under the body. There's no competition. We like to think that we are top, that it is consciousness from the ground up, but it's really that our body is the larger organism, and we are a program running on that body.
And
Yeah,
that you
nails it.
really can't even have true free will because you're a slave to
Well,
chemical
exactly.
processes in your brain.
See, and I hate.
Well, we're determinists. We're enlightened people.
See, I'm always worried. I always view political correctness to me sneaks in 2-word phrases. You can always find it. And so I'm always worried about free will. And so I believe in will. I believe that you can throw. There's a difference between someone walking through the door and someone being picked up and thrown through the door.
Absolutely.
And that's the difference of will.
That's why Green Lantern's my favorite DC hero.
Well, let's hope he gets a good movie.
I mean, it's not going to happen. But anyway, but you are right, though, that, like, will is essentially, I guess he gets... Free will seems kind of loaded in some ways, but I'm not going to get into it.
That's why always watch yourself for 2-word. I don't want to get into politics, but I use this because it knocks both sides. But just look at pro-choice and pro-life. All right, do you like choices? Do you like life? Well, then I guess none of those words really explain what people really want to talk about.
Well, there you go, Amy. You are the fierce centrist.
And okay, we're going to get back to this. And yeah. It's extremely rare that you can get basically the opposite, the inversion. But it's like a Russian nesting doll, because I mean that would also say in a quote unquote big enough black hole, why you then have another universe that could then have another black holes, which then create other universes, and then and on and on and on and on and on.
But we've been on this before. What is the black hole? What is outside of the black hole?
Let's see, I don't know.
Like,
I don't think anyone does right now. If that answer could even, if there even could be an answer.
but I'm sure you're familiar with Occam's razor, that God is the simpler option.
Mm-hmm.
Occam's razor puts God as the winner. There's no... Would you agree with that?
I would not, because you're putting a complicated multicellular type of functioning at not only at the beginning of the universe, but before the universe.
Well, yeah, before... See, I take the position that matter had a beginning and the cause was the immaterial. You have been invoking eternal matter, but you can't account for what is outside of that matter. So that's borderline Hinduism, because some Hindus believe that matter is eternal, and that's
Well,
yeah.
can I ask how God was created?
There's two. Okay, give me some time with this. I'll let you know when I'm finished. Absolute nothingness isn't possible as a starting point, because I'll elaborate on this. Because if absolute nothingness created an infinite in size particular, that particular still requires an outside prime mover. So that puts you to an eternal particular. So that's a true dichotomy. And then to give you an understanding on God's eternal nature is that of a dream. When we are in a dream, we don't question ourselves how we got into that dream. We just are moving in that dream. God just is. He's not contingent on anything. So that would be my best explanation to get a grasp of God's eternal attribute. He's an unmoved mover.
He's just real because he just
So what you're
is.
saying is you believe in an eternal too.
Yeah, an eternal with all the particulars from the start.
But he's special.
But you have to invoke new particulars coming out of almost ex nihilo, out of nothing. But the part you're still stuck with the second particular is that's what is the matter expanding into. See, I invoke that it's God, and I'll grant you eternal matter because we are on the topic of God in general. And then that non-physical particular.
So according to Occam's razor, which has the least assumptions, eternal matter or eternal God?
Yeah, I was finding it funny that he was using Occam's razor because colloquially on the internet, atheists love saying Hitchens' razor at this point, but I didn't want to. It didn't matter at that point.
Because God has a lot more assumptions than naturalism.
Yeah, well, and it's very weird to me to think that something very complicated, it would go very complicated and then very simple and then build up again. That would mean that that very complicated thing would have had to have been built up from stages before. Well, what were those stages like before time?
Well, that didn't have to happen because he's special.
Exactly.
Inside of that matter, because that matter can't make multiple finite in size particulars, for example, stars and planets. That goes back to the pool of water it can't make ice cubes inside of itself. The pool of water would change its whole self because it's one particular.
To go back for just 1 second, I get this a lot from theists. I do not even know if a nothing is possible, and so I almost no atheists are saying we came from nothing. It really is just we came from that single point. But I don't even know if nothing is a thing. The absence of a thing.
There are some who do hold to that. Not that I've debated them. I would love to get a hold of them, but I have listened to other people debate these atheists and they invoke nothingness. So yeah, the only alternative is that a particular is eternal, but you're invoking a finite in size. Well, hang on, you're invoking multiple eternal particulars. I'm invoking one particular. But for you to invoke multiple finite in size eternal particulars is a contradiction, because that's like saying A is B at the same time A is not B. So you have the immaterial.
I'm just saying all we know of is the universe. And you're asking what is outside. I'm basically saying everything that we know of is called the universe. And you're saying, well, what's outside of everything? But by definition, it would be under everything. Now we're trying to get a grasp of even if there could be something. But even then, like, even if we could prove the cosmos, aren't you going to just ask what's outside of that, or where did that come from?
Well, it's not about what's out. What in context it is. It's not about what's outside of it. It's about, was there a time? Was there a stage in time before the formation of stars and planets? Because you don't hold the position that stars and planets are eternal.
See, but I know.
Yes, after the Big Bang, there was a time before stars and planets formed. But what does that even mean?
I know that does seem to be a sticking point, but it's like
there was time
we
going.
That.
We kind of have an idea what was happening. Everything was too hot for matter to coalesce. We understand that, but I don't know where. I don't even think he's putting his point in the right terms of the point he's trying to get at.
I mean, for his, I'm trying to think, not for his sake, for his, trying to think, for his credit. Every time I do propose the scientific explanation, he does kind of grant me it, which is interesting. Normally,
yeah,
with
I'll
other
grant
things,
you matter, I'll grant you time, I'll grant you this.
Exactly. I mean, it sounds crazy, but at least at the same time, at least I'm not fighting with other, I don't have to fight about gravity every which way. At least he is granting me concepts.
Well, there you go.
First, before stars and planets. I know it took a little while. It wasn't right away that they formed.
Yeah, so
which means that there was most of the time before life too, which means the universe has been around a long time, and the only life that we know of took billions of years. Only conscious creatures we know of means the universe was around billions of years without conscious creatures, for all we know.
You're holding. Look, I'm not an evolutionist. Like, I am a creationist. Well, we won't go down that path, but you're holding on to the singularity. So the first red flag is the expansion, like the movement, like what caused the movement of that matter. That's the first red flag. And then the second red flag is, what is the matter expanding into? And then another red flag is, how do you get light? How do you get colors? Because color is energy. Energy is light. So matter can't create more. It can't create energy. So it requires an outside source. And this, what it says in the Bible, Genesis 1, God created the heavens and the earth. In Genesis 1:3, God said, let there be light. Let there be color. So then how do you get energy?
I feel like we can explain light, but once again, a God doesn't solve any of these. I can turn around and say, how did God create light?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I take the position that we are living inside of his consciousness, and that would explain his mechanism.
Just want to point out, you would think it's me that's obsessed with consciousness, but the only other person, the other group of people that you'll hear bring up consciousness into their concepts and their theories more are theists. They do it to themselves.
Well, they think it's something you can't really explain, so they think it has to come from supernatural, from a supernatural source, because it's hard for us to define. It's not, it's a difficult concept to clearly define.
Exactly. I think just like genetics and abiogenesis and they like. I noticed that creationists like learning as much as they can about subjects that have any type of mystery or exploration component at the end of them, because then they can learn that very well and say, oh, but what about this, and this? And the person who may have never seen that concept before, like, oh God, how did life form and all that? They kind of almost have to secede to the, I don't want to say mock expertise, because sometimes they really do understand enough about genetics, but almost enough expertise just to combat the actual scientists.
Yeah, it's like they know where their god is the god of the gaps, so they know where those gaps are. So those are the sciences they try to learn about, so that they can make sure there's enough room for their god to fit inside those tiny, tiny gaps in our knowledge.
Exactly.
Because the brute fact is, for something to come into existence, that something coming into existence would be instant. There wouldn't, that's a brute fact. There's no getting around that. So, and that could be explained with a consciousness as a mechanism, because when we visualize an image, that image in our mind pops instantly in our minds.
I don't know about instantly, but
unless
I wouldn't say instantly. It's traveling. I'll even give you maybe at the speed of light, but it's energy. There's nothing there's nothing supernatural. I'd say it's actually, because there's matter and energy, I would say it leans.
Yeah, all the particles are very close to each other
through the matter of our neurons.
Yep.
But
and wouldn't a god need some sort of biology? Wouldn't there have to be? Shouldn't there be a discoverable like god biology type of subject?
In the words of my favorite Young Turks host, of course!
That would be the brown buffalo.
All right, I was going to actually come back later. I'm listening to music, but I'm like, he made, for the 50th objection I noted, it was so bad that I figured, and since he already started it, I might as well talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
If the brute fact is, if something were to come into existence, it must be instant. His words, not mine. Paraphrasing somewhat heavily. No, causality travels at the fastest of the speed of light. This also denies the law of entropy, because whenever we consider something being brought into existence, we're forgetting that the singularity has, I guess you could say, information or matter of some kind. Maybe it's a white hole coming out to create the universe very quickly. Maybe it's I don't know, some sort of hyperdense matter we don't know about, but it's still physical. And you can't create something physical out of nothing, because there's nothing. There's actually nothing. There's no nothing. I'm sorry. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. There's no nothing. I've solved the mystery of creationism, y'all.
We've never seen a nothing. We don't know what a nothing would even look like.
And he doesn't seem to grant that there could be another physical.
Look, I'm not saying there isn't something outside of the universe, but what I tried to explain to him and I tried to explain to other creationists was at that point that would become the new limit to the natural. It would
Look,
become the new outer border to natural.
Look, all I'm saying is that Thor was able to actually hit Thanos, and he's supposedly the god of death. So I'm saying that physicality has to exist somewhere. And the fundamental fact is that no matter how you look at it, through even a relativity or many worlds or a quantum mechanical lens, he's just wrong.
There's no
wrong.
such thing as instant. The shortest amount of time you can have is the Planck time, which is still a length of time. It's still not instant.
I mean, you want to hear something fun, James? I got a video for you if you're interested for later.
Go. What is that?
Did you know the Flash once outran instant teleportation, and there's a speed calculation for it? It'd be something, it's not instant, obviously, but, you know, there's your maximum speed in existence. Yeah, congratulations. You have to make so many assumptions about, like, you know, physicality and, like, you know, negative matter or, like, other shit. But there you go. Like, congratulations. Give me 1,000 assumptions and maybe we'll go somewhere. But those 1,000 assumptions are all wrong.
Well, they used to think light traveled instantly until they figured out one day a long time ago that actually no, it's not instant. It does have a speed. It's very fast. It's fast as hell, but it is not instant.
And plus, like, you know, the reason why speed of light is fast, like the fastest thing in existence, is because it's massless. There are massless particles, like I think the gluon or one of the WZ bosons. I don't really know anymore. But then there's another one that's hypothetical, which I personally believe in, which is the graviton. And gravitational waves do appear to propagate at the speed of light. So congratulations. Maybe you got that one too. But even still, I'm still waiting for like this, I don't know, like this black hole collision that's somehow faster than light, like definitively, like by thousands of light years if something was supposedly omnipotent.
Okay. I'm waiting for any empirical evidence ever. Anytime I even bring up the empirical word, they get angered.
Well, unfortunately, I decided to give this guy half of my time of the video, which was an hour. And did I get anything out of it? No. I got to talk to you both. That was nice.
You don't even get a 1998 free AOL CD with 50 free hours.
Yeah, no, I didn't get any of that. It was I saved the video for later because I might as well, like, I did an hour of going through every bad objection, like from like I think only Amy had like one sort of, but we already talked about it. It was the consciousness and mind body dualism, and I don't think we even disagree. And still, like, you know, I don't believe a soul exists.
Really.
Yeah,
I don't believe a soul exists.
Yeah, so it's I don't think that's like, it's semantics at best.
It's more semantic than anything else. Just
And
how you guys are describing it.
Yeah. And I'd be willing, I want to do a consciousness podcast, so I'm going to probably be doing that in a week or so.
I'll probably show up, but I wouldn't be able to like do any talking. I will show up to stay in chat.
That's okay.
So, James, out of curiosity, do you have a math or STEM background?
No, I don't.
What's your background?
My background, I don't really have a background. I'm just a YouTube internet atheist, kind of an amateur at everything.
Oh, I thought you were going to have like a science background.
Like a PhD? No. I deal more in the realm of common sense and logic. I'm kind of like the atheist version of Smokey Saint in a way. But I try not to be a dick.
He comes from the school of hard knocks.
I mean, I've talked to both you and Smokey, and you're fine enough. Like I've seen toxic discussions. Like I've seen like totally in the realm of imagination, but like I've debated topics like can Ben 10 beat the Green Lantern, and I've gotten just as angry and just as like sort of illogical as I do sometimes in these debates. But I at least try to be honest.
Like, who's your favorite Star Trek captain? Or, you know, it was the Empire the good guys in Star Wars.
Right, we're asking, like, subjective questions that are based on imagination. At least the imagination has some physical form, but that's pretty much all you got.
Yeah, me and Amy, we need to get shirts that say, we debated Smokey Saint, and all we got was called Nazis.
Yes, we do.
I would like to see you get on Smokey's show, or vice versa, so that way I could like be like either a moderator or sort of like a middleman voice, because I generally like how everyone of the three that you all generally act, because I don't like bad faith arguments.
I don't think Smokey would ever come on to here, but
Ooh, that'd be fun. The funny thing is that I've gotten my funniest theist experience is still Sunflower, because twice he like came in. I don't want to say angry, but frustrated, like ready for a fight, and then he came in, and then he had a good conversation.
he's an unusual character. He was on the Rageous stream for John Peterson's birthday today, and he was just kind of I don't want to say he's a troll, but he does like riling people up.
I have my trollishness to me. Like I like making jokes.
We all do.
And like and when people say stupid things, I feel like there's a voice in us that we all want to like tell them how dumb it is, and I like to be that voice for people.
My hot take is that polytheism, even back in the ancient days, is more rational than omnipotence. Because at least all I know is that Zeus created a star. We're talking like at that point we have to go to like constellations, galaxies, universes, multiverses for that to be. Because like omnipotence is, I take the word very skeptically, because I am sort of like, I guess, a naturalist skeptic in some way. Like, I believe in physicality and causality.
Even if you look at the roots of Christianity, which is Judaism, it started as polytheism, and there was no omnipotence of God. Those all evolved over the centuries. It didn't start that way, but it was an evolution as they began taking in ideas from other cultures, like the Persians with the Zoroastrianism, that added a lot of it. The Babylonians added to it. But yeah, they started off just as polytheists, just like all the other religions.
Of course!
Because Yahweh was doing all sorts of shit in the Old Testament. He was like a main character. But like by the time you get to to now with Christianity, they're like, remember the time? It was such a great time. Remember the time we killed that guy? Good times. But yeah, Yahweh doesn't seem to want to do magic tricks anymore.
I think that like, out of the 1 hour I've got out of this, I could say this is that I'm surprised that the amount of bad science is in this. It's pretty much all there. I had a chemistry background before I switched to economics, so I guess you could say I have a science background, if you guys will grant me it.
Sure. Bad science, bad logic, bad reason.
Well, and I don't feel like I'm doing college level. Like I try very hard not to talk outside of my expertise. I feel like he asked me repeatedly how planets form. I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, I'm gonna win that debate.
I mean, that's like high school level, physical science. That's not anything terribly complicated.
And I'm not trying to shit on his intelligence, because he still sounds like an okay dude. It's just we got that one. I'm sure science has that one nip that in the butt.
I actually will. I'll say this: like, whenever if you were to like time travel me back to like 1,000 years ago, whenever there's a myth in like the Aztec Nahua community that like they were originally from the northern part of Mexico and they saw a supernova, and that's whenever they began their Great Migration. Obviously myth and culture have a tendency to overlap, especially whenever your only technology is the wheel and like scribes. But after a while, I just think to myself that, this sort of thing of like stars and like galaxies, all that's the naturalist explanation is honestly so beautiful and so amazing that you could say I'm biased. And I don't believe it because like I tried real hard to pay attention. I know about string theory, which is like a few levels above this conversation. No offense, but still, like it's.
Absolutely.
I love this conversation. I really do. And admittedly, the cosmological arguments are willing to get to me. But the problem I have with them is that, cosmology is pretty predictable. It's basically like space archaeology. And I could go back in time to look at that shit. So I know it exists.
Amy, I just wanted to jump in real quick and let you know that I just got words that Ken Hoven will be on the Standing for Truth channel sometime in the next coming week. So you have a chance to go on there and interact with him.
Oh, really? He interacts with people? Hey, that'd be fun.
Because I asked Standing for Truth, and he said, yeah, make sure you're there with your comments and questions and objections. So apparently he will be.
With our questions about SpongeBob.
SpongeBob and all of reality.
Yeah, all of reality.
That everything you know is a lie, and his book from the Bronze Age of Fables will actually teach you everything you need to know.
Yep, it's the only book, right? That, and as they try and get books like Pandas and People pushed in the classroom, though hopefully they've been distracted lately. I haven't heard much push from evolution or the anti-evolutionists.
They've gone underground a little bit.
Probably because Richard Dawkins is still alive, and they're probably taking the 4 Horsemen of Death very literally for him. Because I feel like they're basically all in a cult. It's like, why can't he die? Why is he still alive?
See, I nominate Matt to be the 4th Horseman, and I need all 4 of them to get back on the debate circuit. It breaks my heart. Yes. Well, Matt is good. I think Matt is a good replacement for Hitch, because we need a 4th again, and I'd like to see Sam and Richard back on the debate circuit.
I prefer Delonte over Hitchens, so I consider.
I would even throw in Aaron Rod in there as like a 5th or a understudy.
He's pretty good. Yeah, I'll take it.
I like Aaron Rod.
No offense, I'll replace him with Daniel Dennett, because I don't think Daniel Dennett likes to argue or debate that much. He's a good guy.
That's funny. I really, if I ever get successful with this book, mark my words, I'm telling this to both of you. I swear this on the Bible that I believe shouldn't be used in the court of law, and I swear this on a lie detector test that I'm pretty sure only vaguely works. That if I were to ever talk
swear
to
on
one
the
of
Constitution, but I get what you're saying.
I'll swear on the Constitution too. I believe in the U.S. government, mostly because it's still around. But it's I legitimately, genuinely think that whenever I read Daniel Dennett's Wikipedia page and it says he's an avid sailor, I was like, my man, I love this guy. I don't know.
Daniel Dennett's a good guy. I feel bad. I shouldn't shit on him. I disagree. I think I'm with Matt, though different. I don't know why he doesn't like Qualia, but I have my reasons why I don't like Qualia either.
I mean, personally, it's neither here nor there. I admit my views kind of shallow. It's more comedic at this point. Because, like, I do love, like, scale.
He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
But, okay, so are you staying with... Oh, I was saying Dennett because I was bashing him. No, Matt's definitely a smart guy. They're all smart guys. I do miss Hitchens the best, though, because you could tell he has what I believe I have, is that I love the people that I'm debating with. Like, even though I know sometimes, like, I can feel the animosity. That's why I really want to debate Mr. Batman, just because I can feel his animosity towards me. And for some reason, I get like an opposite emotion of what most people like. My flight or fright is to like run towards it. And,
basically, like an archetypal Greek hero.
Sir. And I just had to call him ma'am just once, and he lost it. And there's like an inner happiness that glows in me when that happens that he can't understand.
I mean, you're right.
See, that once again, that goes back to the troll. But and I hate to be a 2-year-old, but he starts it.
I think that like Hitchens is.
But yes, Hitchens back. Yeah. What were you saying?
It's I mean, in all honesty, Hitchens is I like it, pretty much all of the Four Horsemen, but admittedly, I'm an agnostic. So my point of view is like sort of try to be comedic with it, because I've sort of internalized a quote from another comedian where like it's basically like if you're gonna tell people the truth, you got to make them laugh, otherwise they'll kill you. And I've seen enough religious history where I know this goes.
Bruce.
Yeah. So it's and in all honesty, like the comedian I do sort of cite that kind of got me into this side of the spectrum was George Carlin, because I think he's hilarious.
That's why I'm here. There's two pillars of why I'm here. It's probably because of Christopher and because of George.
I mean, that's wonderful, because like I still love listening to George, especially on his takes on abortion, because oh boy, that's not only aging like wine, but I'm honestly, as an American, I'm scared about our new Supreme Court justice.
Yeah. I'm tempted. See, I'm scared to get into politics, because then you can talk to James.
Me too.
I don't know.
I mean, I actually think I'm actually going to be leaving soon, because like I'm going to basically write a fictional story about fantasy and like, you know, humans like fighting and killing gods, because why not? I could do it. And I haven't been smitten down yet. And also because like I want to listen to music. So
Okay. Well, it was nice having you on, and I hope that your humans smite many gods.
I'll keep that in mind.
So you can be your own god in your mind. You can create universes and everything, just like what he's saying here. So
yeah, I wish that sometimes I could use that power to Thanos snap and could literally convince Phillip that his logic is just bad. Because, like, I've thought about this for a while. And for the record, I actually do technically have, like, not omnipotence, but we'll get very close with non-dimensions. Because, like, omnipotence is indefensible. I'm dying on this hill. This is the hill I'll die on.
It means to know. I'm trying to go through the threes right now in my head. Omnipotence, to know everything, or to have all power, or that's all power. I'm trying to remember.
Omnipotence,
I think
all
it's
power,
kind of wrapped up
omniscience.
into both. Yeah, omnipotence, all power.
Yeah, there's omnipotence, there's all power, omniscience, all everywhere, and omnipresence, all everywhere. My bad. Omniscience is all knowing. And honestly, 2 out of those 3 makes me question that free will exists. And I already believe it doesn't. I mean, maybe I'm a soft compatibilist on days like this where I believe maybe it's fate that I get to talk to peers that I can like maybe go beyond a few levels of reasoning and sort of have fun with it, because I do like being here.
I get that. And I think we're here because our bodies need us to eat. And they're like, be conscious and do things and shut them.
I eat, therefore I am. That's all I know.
That's a big part of it. Our DNA is a chemical that likes to make copies of itself. That's
exactly. Well, my joke is generally you get to eat, sleep, and optionally have sex. So those are your 3 things.
Honestly, that's not a lot of choices. It kind of reminds me of like those old school game shows, you know, like door number 1, door number 2, door number 3.
Yeah, well, that makes me think of the Monty problem. Monty Hall problem. I was just looking at that the other day, which is very interesting.
Monty Hall, can you quickly summarize? Because I don't think I've heard of it.
Not really, because I think I find a flaw in or maybe I don't see a flaw. It's the Monty Hall problem, and I don't even know if I can strongman it, but it goes like this. You have a game show host and you have the contestant. And behind 3 doors, 2 are goats and 1 is a cash prize. And the game show host opens up the we'll just say door number 2 after you have already said that you want to stick with door number 1. Now, door number 2 is a goat, and so he says, do you want to switch your door? Not knowing whether. Now,
the Monty Hall problem is that the statistician who wrote this article, I forget when it was, sometime between the 70s and the 90s, said that you have a more likely chance of getting the correct door by switching your door. And
Okay.
he said that a whole bunch of mathematicians and physicists, a whole bunch of people wrote into him saying that, how wrong he was. And I don't get how it doesn't overcome the gambler's fallacy. I don't understand how by switching the door you get a higher chance. I think it's in the fact that the goat, he knows that he's eliminating one, and somehow the fact that it's not that you randomly eliminate one, I'm not sure how. But that is the Monty Hall problem, and somehow switching doors, it's claimed that it's the right. You have a higher chance.
All right. I'm surprised I've never heard this before.
I didn't hear it till recently either. I heard it randomly on some other.
I don't know how that works, or that your
Well,
intuition
it's probably
would
an
be wrong.
aspect of game theory, right? Game theory is basically the
Yeah.
thought process of like making decisions.
And that's my
Agree with
whole.
that.
I'm very much into game theory is trying to put statistical analysis to human decisions.
Well, very quickly, because I think I could sort of consider this. The game show host clearly knows hidden information, while the contestant has to play with hidden information. So the game show host knows regardless. And then if you take his second question at face value, the implication could be, because we have like this, I guess you could say this second guess reflex, where like whenever we're asked about something twice, we might reconsider our words and make it more specific or whatever. And I think that the probability of switching the door from a Bayesian point of view, which is based on sort of like the belief of knowledge and information you have that's valid, then after you answered the question, it's probably as simple as like, I hate using Occam's razor in situations like this, but it'd probably be as simple as like, do you trust the host? Like, just yes or no. If you don't trust the host, then keep your original door. If you do trust the host, maybe you should reconsider your door.
I don't know. They're saying the person's saying it is absolutely more likely.
Nah. I mean, well, maybe I should talk to my
Look it up,
statistics.
and then you could come back on, and then you could tell me, because I've only looked it up vaguely.
Well, I would like to talk to my statistics professor about this. I'm trying to get into higher range statistics anyway, because I actually like the field.
Okay.
So I'll probably consider this some more, but I think it's okay. It's not a bad argument, but it was nice coming on.
It would be interesting to hear your take on it once you hear more about it.
Sure, because it is basically a probability and statistics question, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I also think it plays into like Pascal's wager, if we're going to keep it on topic of God, which there was the debate with Cosmic Skeptic and Liz, who was a mathematician.
I mean, we're about to do an episode of
Matt
Pastel
Dillahunty is
Wager.
going to have a debate on that. Yeah.
So we're doing a midnight ranting about Pastel
that debate,
Wager.
yeah. That'll be on the 4th is the debate. So
That's the 4th.
I brought this up with Conveniently Smoky, and now you. So I guess if I'll come on, I think Pascal Wagers, I'll write this down so that way you guys can consider this, give you a little prep times. But consider it a problem of Bayesian statistics. And the reason why that there was a Pascal Wager argument I disagreed with was one of the mathematicians that was using this against Alex O'Connor. She used the comparison of like, oh, like if Pascal Wager can be used for like another god, then you would just add another layer to it. And I'm like, okay, but she uses the Muslim god. I'm like, no, both are omnipotent, so that's just basically pragmatically, why would you do that? Because it's like, there's no point. There's supposedly, quote unquote, the same. If it was like, let's say, Zeus or Huitzilopochtli, maybe it's a little higher because they're not omnipotent, but it's not much higher because, like, again, Bayesian statistics is based on your belief in knowledge. It's not necessarily based on, like, I guess you could say, well, like coin flips in this case. You know what I mean?
Yeah, makes sense. It's definitely a lot to take in.
Well, it's you guys got a week to, or y'all. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Y'all have a few days to.
We have a few days to roast on it.
I'm actually trying to get away from gendered language because I just wrote a god that has they them with the coolest power ever. So I really, and also because like I'm interested in gender theory, but more socially, unlike like physics or like even statistics. But what I meant was it was nice talking to y'all. It was really nice. I hope that you consider my suggestion because it would probably help you.
I've had many genderqueer roommates, and so that's just my normal for me.
That's I'm working on it. I'll get better with it. But yeah, it was nice talking to y'all. I hope you have a good day.
Talk to you, and we invite you back on the show again.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Happy New Year's Eve.
Happy New Year's.
2021. Let's hope it's better.
Celebrate with all the alcohol and whatever drugs you can get your hands on.
Exactly. Just stay safe, but take the good China drugs.
It's just marijuana and alcohol tonight. But yeah, bye-bye.
All right. Those sound like good type of drugs to me. And so I'm going to do 2 reminders. I'm going to go in reverse order or close order. We're actually I'm bringing on, speaking of genderqueer, I'm bringing on for her first on-air appearance tomorrow, Sam Alvarado and I we are both going to be going over conspiracy theories to kick off her first skepticism. I'm not 100%. I think she's
on your channel here.
Yes, and actually, I was going to say, James, wow. I feel bad. It's during the Patreon time, just coincidentally, but I think we're going to move it to Wednesdays, and so. If you can come on then too, you can do then, and then we're gonna do midnight rantings. I want to do double.
Yeah, so, I'll come on and weigh in on that. I don't know what time is it going to be tomorrow?
I think it's going to be 7. So you can come in at the tag end, and if not, you can come in on all of them after that one when we go on Wednesdays.
Trying to see exactly what time the Patreon thing is. I think it's I want to say 7:30. It's either 7 or 7:30.
Yeah. Hold on one second. Okay. How long does the Patreon last?
Oh, actually, now it's saying 3 p.m. So let's see. Oh nope, 7 p.m. Okay. Wait, now he says both. I don't know. I'm thinking it's going to be the 7, but usually it's a half an hour.
Oh, okay. So we'll see. I'm going to find out how much Sam wants to talk about, but I think we're going to stay on longer. So then just come on and join us.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then... So we're the day after. We're then going to do Pascal's wager, and so we'll do a midnight.
And that will be on the night of the 2nd or the 1st. The night of the.
We'll figure that out because I'm doing
31st
tomorrow
right now.
The 2nd or the 3rd. We'll figure. And so those are 2 upcoming streams. We'll figure out at the 2nd or the 3rd.
Yeah, and then I guess at some point we're gonna have to put Mr. Felipe to bed.
And yeah, and okay, so let's get back to the debate. We're about halfway through.
Yes. We'll put Mr. Felipe to rest here.
Yeah. if they eat, if they go to the bathroom. I know it sounds trivial, but that's actually what being conscious is all about.
See, that wouldn't be a God as a starting point, because God is infinite in size, like an immaterial, something immaterial. Immaterial meaning you can't see it, but you know that it exists. And the brute, like we've agreed that absolute nothingness is impossible. We don't hold to that view. So the only alternative is for God to be eternal. There's no getting around that. We just have to accept it. It's an amazing feature. Like that's the main attribute that I'm most in awe with, is God's eternal attributes. But you're invoking eternal matter. You've been invoking multiple eternal particulates, where God is just one particular. So therefore, Occam's razor puts God as the winner.
No.
You can't prove that they're out there. We can't prove that anything's out there. So how could you prove that there is anything to have been the start?
We don't have to see it. All we need to know is its attributes. And there is only one other option, is that if it's not physical, it's then non-physical. Because if it was physical, there wouldn't be an expansion to begin with. Therefore, you're left with a worldview of eternal stars and planets. Is that what you are alluding to?
Why would it be an expansion? Why couldn't it be a physical expansion?
But it's expanding. Like, what is it? It can't be expanding into the physical unless there is a non-physical gap in between.
It could be that it is. Well, I mean that it is what is happening, and what I'm going to say, it's just hard to conceptualize. It's that space itself is expanding. The ability for us to do anything in space is expanding, just like time is moving forward. And the two are connected.
Yeah, but are you referencing the singularity or the here and now?
That's what it's doing. We believe in the singularity because we're just extrapolating backwards.
I'll agree with an expansion, but I won't agree with eternal matter.
I mean, it's there's nothing to say that it's ever going to stop.
He grants you something new every time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like he's switching things up, because he opened this new paragraph up with, the most thing that I find awe-inspiring is his eternalness, and then he's like, I'm not gonna grant you something eternal, and you're like, what? But okay.
Then he granted matter, then time, now the expansion. But what is it expanding into, Amy?
What's so funny is I looked up some videos just for this on the expansion and things like that, and one of the jokes they just made was like, well, what's outside of that? And then the camera just like throws a tomato or something, like it was almost like, oh, of course the kid is gonna ask that question. And when he brought that question up as the first thing, I couldn't even make a joke. I just laughed in my head. Like, of course, what's outside of that?
but why? But why? But why? And then you're like, how about you just shut up and eat your dinner?
Yeah, sooner or later, you're going to get to a why that we don't have a good answer for, no matter how far you kick the can down the road.
Exactly. And it's almost always a how, but then always after we find that how, then they ask another why. And so, yeah, exactly. Just kick the
Not
can.
sure. Not sure. That's the answer. We don't know.
Exactly. But we can't fill that void with a god.
Or fill it with David Hasselhoff.
Yes, as much as we'd like to. Point. The only reason we talk about heat death is because it's when the universe becomes uninteresting to us, because everything will be so far apart that molecules and everything won't be able to interact. You won't have any energy, and so nothing will be able to happen. But there's nothing theoretically to say the expansion is not going to keep going and going.
But that assumes a closed system, the heat death. So,
Yeah.
So that would mean there's no expansion to begin with. If it's not expanding into anything, you're left with a closed system.
It's the expansion that's actually going to cause the heat death.
But even if I grant you that, you still have to account for. So you've agreed. You've said that it's expanding into something else that is physical. But if it's expanding,
possibly.
But if it's expanding into it, that would mean there is something else in between the gap. So that in between that gap would have to be non-physical. So that still puts you to a god.
But I don't really know what you mean by a gap. I view it more. I mean, it's once again, it's an analogy, and I think almost all analogies fail. But I view it more as like a door at that point.
So you have expanding matter, so the material in this universe, and then universe is expanding into something else that is physical. But that's one particular colliding with a second particular. There was a movement, a travel distance. So that would mean there would have been a third particular, the material, to fill in that gap.
Can I ask, why would this deity do anything? Why do any of this at all? Why did it suddenly decide for the universe and all this, all the planets, all the stars, all the people?
Well, I have to bring the Bible into for this, is that, well, God is love. We would be his children. So it only makes, and he is referenced as a father. So it only makes sense for a father to create offspring because he is loving.
You know, how did anything else even exist, right? Or how did he even contemplate anything? Nothing else existed.
Yeah. It's always weird to me also that, I mean, if you take at least an old Earth and an old universe that waited 13 billion years, then in that 4.5 billion years, and within that it waited the 100 to 200,000 years of humanity, and then within the 2,000 years, just recently, it was like, yeah, maybe I should do something about that. I don't know. Kind of weird. The almighty, all-powerful, he got desire to be a parent, which, I mean, it just sounds very human. I mean, I understand it on a human level, but it seems kind of odd. deity.
But if you look into this, we would be eternal in some aspect because he created us out of dust, out of
See, so now we're eternal. Like, the amount of eternal things are now growing.
matter, out of his power. So his power is eternal. And then he, using Adam's nostrils.
And can I ask?
Yeah.
Oh no, I feel bad. I'm only interrupting because I just want to make a point of this. A lot of theists I get a lot of shit from for like the whole you can't get life from non-life, but at least the Christian view isn't Yahweh making life from non-life? He's making it from clay.
No, but life would be another word for a consciousness. So he is the eternal
I have
consciousness,
massive problems with that.
the Alpha and the Omega. So therefore, this comports a biogenesis. And even if you reject biogenesis for abiogenesis, you still have to account for the teleology of stars and planets. Why is there consistency all around the universe with these structures of energy and matter?
See, but I don't think it's really consistent. I think we see more chaos than anything. We don't see even galaxies. We just see all sorts of different stars and all sorts of, we see gas planets and rocky planets and big stars and little stars. We see all sorts of variety.
But from a naturalistic world, you have one star. One star would have formed first, and then a second star and a third star. Like, where is all that?
Yeah. I
can't believe he's never heard of any of these objections before to his worldview.
I know, it almost does seem like he is surprised, right? It almost that's why he's not questioning on me. Like he really hasn't heard this before.
Right, like all these things, they just makes perfect sense. How could anyone else disagree with these?
It's like, wow, I must have went in my room and thought about it. It's like, no, this is just how this is star cosmology. It came from the death of another star.
But are you saying the first star is eternal?
No, the first star died. So the first star supernovaed. It was a big star, and the energy died, and so gravity won, causing an explosion. And in that explosion, it threw all of these elements out into to form new galaxies and new solar systems. One of our solar systems being this one, and we then get the remnants outside that star is where you get the planets, and then we have our moons, and we all form from that.
Is that star you're invoking? Hang on, there are two things there. The first one, is that star infinite in size? And is that star eternal?
No, I don't think there's any stars that are infinite in size, and I don't think there is any star that's eternal.
Okay, so then what was prior to that star?
The basic elements like hydrogen, helium.
Yeah, so that you're going back to the singularity.
Yeah. Go back far enough, and that's all we have.
But you have energy, you have matter. See, stars consist of energy and matter. Energy converts into matter, But
So he
energy
does understand that.
creates energy. So even if I grant you that,
And yeah, some of it he seems to, but
He understands that they're the same thing at the end of the day, matter and energy.
you can make matter into energy. The weird thing is he seems to doubt it, but it doesn't seem like he has any replacement. He just has fire, color in a consciousness. It's like, okay. They can convert back and forth. You can't create either one, it seems, but you can transfer. That's where we get the E equals MC squared from.
but then it's my earlier question still stands, is that it's the outside property. So if you're saying the outside property is infinite, even if it is a different material, a different physical material, that would have to be infinite in size. So then you're then left with an infinite in size star, correct?
Well, I would say once again,
Sorry, just one
metaphorically,
moment.
in
I've
my
gotta-
mind,
I've
it
just gotta
gets
close my
closer to a
window.
black hole. But I don't think it's we can prove either way.
Sorry, I'll just be 10 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay.
A star infinite in size. I don't know where he's trying to go with that.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. But I think he was thinking about like a black hole.
What were you saying about the black hole?
And oh no, I said it. I think it would be closer to a black hole. And I actually wanted to say, how about 45 more minutes? You want to go to? Because then it'll be 5 a.m. my time.
Okay, look, you can end it any time you want. I'll
Oh no. Do you think another 45 minutes sounds good? And then we can have a...
He's like, oh, you can run away if you want.
I know.
Closing.
You can run away if you can't refute my irrefutable arguments.
5 minutes.
But at a certain point, it does feel
This
like
has
we're
been
just
fun,
going.
though.
You are going in circles, yeah.
I debate a lot of people on this subject.
He's not kidding.
But
Yeah, but he's acting like he's never heard any of these rational objections.
Yeah. Well, if you have seen some of his videos, some of them are funny because I think, like I said, I think he gets a lot of the power from how technical the argument is. So at this point, at almost an hour and a half into it, we're like, oh yeah, it's like a whole lot while saying nothing. I mean,
Yeah.
Well, no,
Absolutely.
I mean, you were trying to make reference, I think, to an infinite star, but I view it more, like I said, a singularity as a black hole. But to ask why it even started expanding, why we were able to have time and space, I don't know. Except for that, the how seems to be dark energy, but why dark energy, I don't know.
and then even to make the observation that something is finite in size or infinite in size requires an outside observer. And even to expand the dimensions of the particular, that being the height, depth, and width, that still requires someone outside of it. But you've been invoking...
So you say someone.
Yeah, it has to be an omnipotence with a consciousness.
Why?
Why a person? Like, we don't see that anywhere in the natural world. Like, it would almost be someone, people living inside people? I mean, you think we're living inside God's conscious, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's all, we'd be living inside their brain.
Well, the way I see it is that he's eternal, infinite fire. So he sees fire all around him, and then he closes his eyes, or he closes his
That does sound like hell, the more you
consciousness.
point it out to
Room
me.
inside of his mind
Eternal fire,
would be
infinite fire.
it's for him to create, or for Genesis 1 to start.
Even though nothing's burning or being consumed. Fire is a chemical reaction.
Yeah, have you heard this from other theists? Have you ever heard someone explain it as fire?
I've never heard somebody describe God as fire. Usually they'll describe him as a spirit, as some type of non-physical or made of pure energy, but even then, that's probably a bad way of describing it. But I've never heard him being described as fire.
Yeah, that's normally reserved for the other guy. The opposite team.
I mean, by that thing, if you take out your cigarette lighter, you're conjuring God. I mean, I don't think he would say it's the same fire, but he doesn't really define it well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. By that metric, the cavemen were discovering it. They had the power of the gods.
Basically, yes. Yeah.
Almost. But from what I remember, you've been invoking multiple particulars. So you have material, the immaterial, which you've rejected. So you've inserted a second material. But if they've been together with no gaps in between, you're then left with one particular of the material. And that goes to premise 1. That infinite in size matter cannot operate without an outside non-physical prime mover, unless you're alluding to an eternal cosmos, which goes down Hinduism. Correct?
I cannot see where a prime mover could even fit in.
You need an unmoved mover. The movement from the inside, which you've invoked as the matter. Yep.
That's a cause before we had causality. That once again is saying before the before. But that can't happen. We don't have space or time.
Say you've got a line of dominoes. They're all stacked up, and then the first domino, you know what I'm talking about, the dominoes knock down each other.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the first domino. Without an outside cause, you then have to invoke an inside cause. So that first domino would have to consist of life for it to move, correct?
See, but you're saying, and dominoes in this is a very specific creation, but just the concept of things being knocked over, a force, it could be that someone uses their finger and they push the dominoes over, but you'd also grant me it could be just a gust of wind pushes it down and then the dominoes fall.
Yeah, that gust of wind would be an outside cause, but this analogy comports with a secular Big Bang, because what caused the expansion to begin with? It had to have
Could be
been
random quantum fluctuations that we don't understand yet.
Yeah. They always try to frame it like it is just the Christian God or nothing at all, but it really is. It is could be a million different things, and the funny thing to me is it's almost always natural phenomena that they're trying to describe it to. Like it was never a being for any of the how planets formed or how life arose, but somehow a being, a very complex, multicellular, I guess in this case, on fire, colorless
A
being,
fire-based being.
yeah, existed before the universe. It's like that sounds very complicated.
Yeah, with no cause or explanation required.
Yes, and I also think that it's funny. Just one day, he's like, "Yeah, I kind of want to be a parent." I've been here for like trillions and trillions of years, and I was reading in a magazine. I was like, you know what? I think I'm ready. I don't know. It's
I'm
just
gonna make a bunch of people, and then my plan is then they can spend all of eternity telling me how great I am.
yeah.
Doesn't that sound great?
Yes, or Plan B. If they don't like to worship me, I can burn them.
But I'm gonna make them intentionally to be lesser than me, so then they can point out how much greater I am than them, even though I designed them to be that way. See what I mean?
Yes, and I'm gonna be jealous, even though I'm gonna let humans be able to get over that concept. Me, myself, I like it so much, I'm gonna call myself jealous. I feel like a
You mean if they
psychologist.
make up other
Rip that
gods?
apart.
If they make up other gods and want to love them instead of me, ooh, that's gonna make me really, really, really mad.
Yeah.
Consist of life. And that
Kind of
puts
like the
into
dog when I pet the cat.
How do we get the life? Where does life fit into that?
you have to reiterate, life is spontaneous movement without any outside interference. So the movement, the mechanism is from the inside. So that first domino to move itself requires an inside mechanism. So that
See, that's not my definition of life. My definition of life would be self-replicating molecules or a self-replicating mechanism.
yeah, but those would be moving. Those particulates.
I mean, you could say movement is part of it, but that's not it's really that it's replicating itself. It's making more of itself. It's making copies. That's really because that's what our cells are doing. I break consciousness and life into two separate categories because there may one day be consciousness that's not alive. So who knows? I view, we have things that are alive, like fungi and humans, and then we have things that are conscious, like humans, but fungi that are not conscious.
But the thing is, if you reject that matter in your worldview consists of life, you don't have to invoke randomness, that it moved on its own like a miracle. Correct?
I don't think that it happened like a miracle. I think there's good reasons as to why life formed on this planet.
No, but we're at square one. So the singularity before the formation of stars and planets. So you have just a sphere.
Before life.
Yeah. But So
But see, isn't your God alive? I mean, that you're saying he's alive, he's conscious, he has all these things that before we even have space and time.
yeah, you need an eternal consciousness, because for there to be a shift from 0 to 1 in time requires an eternal cause. And to reiterate, time is the measurement of the movement of matter. So God has always been moving. He's an unmoved mover. And that's why I brought in the dream, to give you just a comparison.
The dreams are kind of a fuzzy concept to me, because I view them more as just screensavers of our brain, because our bodies don't quite know what to do with us while we're sleeping, so they let us dream.
But a lucid dream, like a dream that you know you are a part of, you're conscious in that dream. But do you ever question what were you doing from the start? Like the first movement in that lucid dream, do you ever question that?
I'm not sure. What do you mean?
So in relation to an unmoved mover, the comparison would be that of a dream. So when I don't even have to invoke a lucid dream, just a dream in general. Like sometimes we don't know we are dreaming, but we are moving in that dream. Like we don't question the first movement.
Dreams are
I don't
highly
know. I don't think we remember that.
We might not. In fact, I would say we accept absurdities in dreams, things
We
that
do.
almost surely couldn't be possible in the reality.
But you have, from a secular Big Bang view,
Because our higher level reasoning isn't turned on in the dream.
You have eternal matter. So there would have been a point of least expansion. So then that first movement, what was the cause of that? Was it an inside mechanism or an outside mechanism?
See, but you're saying what was the cause, you're asking what was the cause before time, right? I mean, that is the question.
But look, I'll still grant you that, the expansion, but the bigger issue is, what is the matter expanding into? It has to be a God, because they share the same attributes. Yep.
Can I just change the subject just for a half second? Is this the reason why you believe in a God? Like, is this what convinced you?
No, not originally. What convinced me of a God is,
I don't think this would convince anybody.
Ah.
the Bible.
And I find this a lot, is that what normally apologists, normally they'll be converted for something like the human genome guy who believes in the three waterfalls, and so he converted to Jesus. And so they believe, like Maddox, John believes partially because he had an accident that he then lived by, and he thought that his living was proof that God still, had a job for him to do. And then what they do is they go and they find highly technical arguments, and they use those technical arguments to try and convince others. But those others are almost never those other arguments are almost never the reasons why they themselves are convinced.
Because the reasoning to them is completely subjective. It's completely anecdotal. It just applies to them,
Yeah, well, I mean, it's their personal experience. How could we ever really possibly believe because they had a personal experience?
Right. Yeah.
So,
It doesn't work.
I remember, since the beginning of the creation of the world, God has made his eternal power and divine nature known to everybody. So those are without excuse.
He's done a pretty shitty job of that.
I've always known objective morality exists and that we are subjective to objective law that requires a lawgiver.
He's
and then
channeling Mr. Batman right here.
that
You know, he's actually going into scripture.
when I think of something, it almost happens simultaneously. Like I could think of the number 7, or I could think of an assembly line of cars, which is the one I remember the most. And it just happened right before my eyes, and on a consistent basis. I bet if I look up, there's going to be a flashing red lights, and it just so happened to be.
What is he talking about?
And this is almost every day for me.
But another thing with colors,
And
I'm
that's
seeing
God's
connections.
eternal power communicating with me. So that's what convinced me first.
But you're right, I'm not really
And when
sure
I
with that last part.
The universe itself.
I don't know what he's saying. Does he saying he thinks things
Universe-
and then he just sees it? And he thinks God's giving him this power? I don't know where he's trying to go.
Yeah, I don't know where this deity is, and I don't know how he saw it. It's never, if we ever ask for, like, when you say see, you know, just like when you say God talk to you, do you mean like you heard it audibly?
I mean, if I say, God, show me $1 million, and then I look up and I'm just looking at my cat's litter box. I mean, that doesn't help me very much.
Yeah, once again, it's never empirical data, but that seems they always cry, but that's you're using the wrong measuring stick. He's a metaphysical thing. Okay, well, we'll let him stay in the meta universe then, because we're in the physical one.
But then they say he interacts with the universe, so he must have some way of manifesting in this universe, but they don't want to define how.
Well, his argument, and if you look at it, it's completely deistic. Like all their arguments are. You know, it's not like premise 1 has Jesus in them or anything.
Yeah, it's just a generic prime mover, first caused, uncaused cause. But yeah, it's not connecting to Christianity. What he was just saying right here about morality and objective morality, that's kind of even the closest he's ever gotten to that. But
Yeah.
And it's expanding. Beyond the curvature of the universe has to be the supernatural. There's no getting around that. So that was sort of sealed the deal for me that God exists.
I didn't even notice that little hesitation. You notice that? It's almost like you almost had a second of thought, like, oh, I almost was an atheist. Did you notice that?
yeah, he did pause for a second. He's done
just
that
a
a few
little.
times. He's done that a few times, but it's like, that's why I say it's like he's having to think of responses. Like he's never heard any objections to his very vague propositions.
I will say I feel proud. I feel like by 5/6 of the way through this, or like at the end when he's like reading his thing, he has like done live edits, and so he's like, "Don't mind me. I've kind of edited this a little bit. We'll read this." I'm like, okay, and
You're making him work.
Make it work. We gotta put these theists to task, right? Someone's gotta do it. So, was it morality?
Yeah, I would say morality.
Or,
first.
so I'm looking. Oh, no, answer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it would have been morality, objective morality. I knew what good was without, you know, having to do a ton of research.
See,
on
because
it.
I think morality, I don't know how much you want to debate about morality, but I think morality is tied to biology. And yet I think I call myself, or at least I identify as an objective moralist, because I think that there are oughts we can derive by making the cornerstone of morality biology.
I don't have all the arguments for morality. I just stick to astronomy.
Okay.
But if we
Just asking because it was interesting, because it was one of the points that you were that seemed to lead you down this path.
yes, well, just to dip our feet in the water of morality, by default, when we are by ourselves, we are good by default. You can't be evil if you're by yourself, because you have no one to be evil against. So that would comport with God. He is independent from the stars. So then, how could he be evil if he can't be evil against anyone?
So can I ask, if we take that on board, aren't you also saying he can't be good?
Well, he has to be, because evil and good.
But can you be good if there's no one else?
Well, yeah, by default, when we are by ourselves, we are just good. Like, we're not committing evil.
Yeah, well, it's almost like you're taking it out of the equation, though. It's almost like we're not good, we're not bad. It's almost like, I would say, we don't even get morality until, we're talking between the exchange of conscious creatures.
I don't know if you took him, put him in a straitjacket, dropped him in a padded room. I doubt he'd be saying he's doing very good.
No, I doubt that.
But he would be alone, so he'd be nobody to be evil to, but I doubt that would be good.
Yeah, I doubt that he would enjoy solitary confinement. But you could do no evil.
But God apparently did for countless trillions of years before he decided to make anything.
Yes, and if you believe in purgatory, I guess that's what they are doing still, right?
They would be atoning for their sins before they get to go heaven, and then continue to praise him forever.
Yay! Praising 1948 nightmare, 1984 nightmare.
Eternal nightmare.
Yeah. Celestial North Korea, as Christopher would call it.
Yep, you just praise Kim Jong-un forever.
And good are one and the same, like energy and matter. So energy can convert into matter, so they're one particular, and the same applies for evil and good. They are both one particular, but they could take a different form. So with good comes the knowledge of evil.
Energy and matter are real. Evil and good are abstract concepts. I don't know what he means.
It has to be a starting point. Like, matter originated from energy. That's the starting point. And good is the starting point to evil. Unless God, he would have to choose to be evil. He is not evil by default.
I could see some of that of the former stuff. I see it as we definitely see some people being good, some people being evil. I think we see more good but it doesn't look like anything supernatural. It looks kind of exactly like what you'd expect from a bunch of, sentient creatures, some who think they can get away with things, others who just do good out of, from their heart.
Yeah.
It looks more random to me, I guess, is what I'm saying, than an actual design.
Yeah, but just to go back to astronomy, it is like I've granted you an expansion, so you have the singularity expanding. So you have to invoke dark matter, correct?
The singularity expanding is dark. It's dark energy, and it's not that I'm invoking it. It's that it's like we're forced to it because we have this number that
It
that
exists.
pops
It's
out,
real.
and
Yeah.
we're
It's
not
like we
even
have an
sure
opinion.
what it is. Just like how dark matter seems to be a different force trying to coalesce galaxies.
It's holding galaxies together while dark energy is trying to push them apart. The two are in a tug of war right now.
What are the chemical reaction between the matter and the dark matter, or the dark energy?
A chemical reaction. I don't know, because even that, like, I'm just thinking of even the words chemical reaction is a causal chain.
Yeah, because that dark energy is then not immaterial. It is just physical. So then,
But see, that would just be pushing things down. It would just be you're just saying, where is the cause of this universe, and then we figure that out. But then, even if there's something else, I see no reason of why, specifically why it would be a thinking agent that has all these powers and all this.
the only, I have to bring Occam's razor again, because God is one particular. He is the immaterial. That puts him as a simpler option than multiple eternal particulates.
But you say it's one, but it's actually a complex thing. And I mean, even we are made up of lots, and as far as we know of, life is made up of lots and lots and lots of things. Is this God made up of lots of smaller components?
Well, the best way to address that would just be a consciousness, an embodied consciousness that just requires an immaterial force to get a material result. So that would just be his omnipotence. There's an omnipotence in both worldviews. The dark matter would have to have an omnipotence to manipulate matter.
See, I don't think it's all powerful.
Well, would you agree that
You could say it's powerful, but powerful and all powerful, that's a big difference.
for the immaterial to create matter, we would agree that's omnipotent? And would you agree? Yeah, like something that doesn't consist of matter creates matter.
I mean, that sounds more like a power more than all powers. It would be the power to create universes. But I mean, you could say, if colloquially, if we can create universes, one day we have the technology, does that mean we're as powerful as this God?
Well, the omnipotence would be in relation to not the amount of matter, but the instant existence of it. For God to create matter instantly, that is the omnipotence. That would fall into omnipotence.
Well, you're saying it's powerful. You're saying for him to do that, it would be super powerful, but it's just a power.
Well, then you've got the creation of matter, and then to interact with the matter, to get stars and planets, to shape
Wow.
that matter.
I will say that that's going to be a big critique from atheists, because one of our big complaints is that he does not interact with this world, at least anymore. Seemingly the amount of miracle claims and interactions physically with humans seems to be going down. The more science, the more we discover, it seems like the more this God seems to show up, or the less this God seems to show up.
Because he created the earth. He created the formation of the earth and the stars straight away.
He's camera shy.
Depending if, for those who are theistic evolutionists, I take the position that God created the formation of stars and planets.
But good at hide and go seek.
But then,
Yeah, he's the all-time pro at that.
And
The
then
champion.
The size of the universe, that would still tie in to omnipotence, and he is not contingent. He can just create more and more matter. He's got unlimited, infinite power. So that would tie in with omnipotence, correct?
I was talking and it wasn't pressing the button. I would like to see how you could even prove something like omnipotence, something like can do anything, not just like create universe, but like, I mean, that is snapping and creating fishes and other things. And I would think, I mean, don't you think if you were omnipotent, don't you think empirical data would be one of the easiest things you could prove? I mean, at that point, why can't he come down and prove himself for everyone individually, like, the atheist one?
Well, he has in two different ways. I have to bring the Bible to this. He revealed himself as Jesus, and he's given out special revelation through Romans 1 verse 20. So those are two.
I got it up
Pretty
right here.
ineffective
For
ways.
since the creation of the world, his invisible attributes, his eternal power,
When science fails, go to the Goat Herder's Guide to the Galaxy.
and divine nature have been clearly seen, been understood through what has been made, so that they are without excuse.
Amy, that is you quoting
forever
the
since
Bible.
the
I'm
world was
impressed.
created, people have seen the earth and sky.
Yes. That's what brought me to Christianity, and through word of mouth, because it says his way is perfect. So he would have created a world that through word of mouth, people know of Jesus, of the gospel. So you tie that in with Romans 1 verse 20. And that was a done deal for me.
Can I ask, was there ever a time where you were a non-believer?
No, I've always been, as far back as I can remember. I don't think there's ever been a
good.
time.
What about before you can remember?
That's going really far back. I don't want to give absolutes.
What about
Yeah,
before that?
But
I come from, and I was surprised. I thought he was gonna give me the I was an atheist, then I converted, or I saw the light, or something like that.
Yeah, like Smokey does.
Yeah, exactly. A Jewish background, and then kind of just faded away from it.
well, I've listened to a debate you had with John Maddox, and
Mm-hmm.
you were playing out scenarios. If God was to reveal himself, how would God convince you that he is God? Is that something you remember?
I do remember that after show. I think I'd adjust my, because I see where you're going. I'd adjust my opinion to what to the answer he said. I think I wouldn't call them gods, but I think if you could empirically prove what I call superheroes or super people, I would believe it.
Was that
I'm
our
missing
after show
something.
or another debate?
Say that again?
Was that our debate after show you're talking about, or another one?
I think so, or I think it was on his channel. I think you were there though, but he was basically asking, because I kept on going back to, well, how would you know if it wasn't technology? And he kept on being unsatisfied because he was, he's like, well, the God is there and he's showing you and he's doing stuff. How can you not believe? And it's hard for me to say what it would take to prove a deity. I feel much more comfortable at this point saying if someone shows me that they can fly without any technology and we can empirically prove it, I'll believe them. I'm not going to worship them, but we have proven they have some sort of superpower thing.
Something we don't understand.
Something we don't understand. I know, and even then, at that point, there is a piece of me that is tempted to go, well, it could be technology, but then every time I say, well, it could be, the theists get angry. They say, well, the question was, what would prove it? It's like, I don't know.
I don't know, but Matt Dillahunty says God would know, and he could manifest it.
I do. I like that answer. I've been trying to think of a better answer, but it's hard.
He
So
could
Matt's is
just
pretty good.
quote the great Saint Matt Dillahunty all the time, but it is a good answer.
You can't quote the popes of atheism. A whole nother category, but I mean, if someone could prove they're a universe creator or other things, I think I'd be open-minded to it. Just need the data. And is that what you were going towards?
Well, it's just curious on how you would respond to this. And we don't have to go down this path. It's just that if Jesus was before you, and then he was able to stick his hand through your chest at the same time, his arm converted into energy. Like he just passed through you, and his body's torso, etc., was still physical. And then he pulls out his hand, and it goes back to being physical. Would that be enough to convince you that this individual is God?
It would convince me he had that power. Because a god is like a very specific thing, or generally very specific things. And I think it was annoying Maddox because I was going to, I think, I don't know if it's Isaac Asimov's quote, but that any sophisticated technology is, indistinguishable from magic.
You
And
annoy
so
Maddox
it's
quite a
hard
bit. So.
for me to.
You mean a cosmos?
Oh, what was that? And oh, Jesus Christ! I just hold on.
I said you actually annoy Maddox quite a bit. I think we're at like 153, 154, right in there.
Technology or something, though I don't
Ooh,
believe
that was a
aliens
good
are
take.
real
There you
or
go.
proven, but I already lean more into that. But I could be proven, I think, to call it a.
And I think I annoy him because of my focus on consciousness as well. Because I think
Maddox?
I think the people that lean heavily in genetics, because John leans in the camp of trying to attack from genes are a code and all that stuff.
Abiogenesis, yeah.
And abiogenesis and all that. Exactly.
That's the hill he wants to die on.
Exactly. Well, like I said, everyone has their shtick. All the theists try from different angles, and though eventually the No True Scotsmans come, and they just like Neff and Smokey right now.
Oh yes, and Otangelo, and now even I think there might be a rift between Maddox and Smokey. They're not as quite buddy as they used to be.
Really? Well, I mean, when you're talking for the creator of the universe, I guess it's serious business, right?
I guess so.
An ability. You could even call it a super ability, but I don't know. We don't ever get that data. Never.
See, I don't want this for anybody. Trust me on this. But if you were dipped in burning sulfur, the lake of fire, and you were to experience that for more than 30 seconds, would that be enough? Because God is said to be eternal fire, and that he is prepared.
Well, are you saying would I believe in hell if I'm burning in hell? I mean, sure. But I mean, at that point, it's been proven. That's pretty empirical evidence.
The smoking gun, wouldn't you say?
God,
Yeah, I feel at that point that's good data.
that he has prepared the eternal fire. So he has prepared a portion of himself to be the punishment.
So he does say it's himself. Okay, at least he's consistent. I was wondering that.
So that would put, instead of Jesus convincing that he is God, this would be God himself, like God's true form, interacting with you. So if you're in burning sulfur, if you're drowning in burning sulfur for more than 30 seconds, would that be enough to convince you that you're being punished directly by God?
So I will.
But see, I could just imagine that scenario. Once again, this is the moral God. So let's just imagine there's a being standing over me, burning. And after about 30 seconds, he stares at me and goes, "Yeah, you believe in me now?" It's like, okay, I mean, sure, but does that sound like the arbiter of morality?
He doesn't sound very loving there, does he? He sounds like he's gloating. Like, haha, you didn't believe my goat herder's book, so now you're gonna burn, bitch.
And not only that, but the only thing not to burn was belief. So the moment that he proved himself, which was the thing that would get me out of not burning, it's now the reason that I'm burning. What a bitch.
So you just have to arbitrarily choose to believe without knowledge or without confirmation of it. That's what he
Yes.
wants.
If anything, that's what they say. That's what faith is. They want you to believe on bad evidence, and then it all makes sense.
Just arbitrarily decide to believe in this for whatever reason and then just go with it. Just make that decision and then it's true.
Yeah.
Say I have I take issue with burning anyone for more than 30 seconds. So the doctrine of hell, to me, I'd be interested what your views are even on hell, if you believe in a literal hell or annihilation theory, or I mean, do you believe people are burning in hell forever?
Yes, I have made a video on this. They are, yes, forever, but forever and all eternity are two different definitions.
Oh yeah, this is
Forever means
talk about splitting hairs.
come to an end. So a very long time. So
Yeah, exactly. Not rational.
It's going to feel like forever. But it says in Revelations that the torment will last a day and night, forever and ever. So if you take away the presupposition of millions of years, day and night would be equivalent to 24 hours. So those will be tormented for 24 hours. But it says the eternal fire. It says the lake of fire is eternal. It doesn't mean that those are punished in there for all eternity. But it does say that the separation from God is for all eternity, because God.
That's like a Seventh-day Adventist version of hell.
Yeah, it's.
So I hope that clears things up.
I'm kind of weird.
Kinda. I mean,
I shouldn't
it
say
almost
weird.
sounded like forever is not forever.
Yeah, forever means a long time. So if we are observing those in the lake of fire, for us it's going to feel like, oh, these people are in there forever and ever. So
See, what it sounds like he's trying to rationalize it. That's what it sounds like. Is it sounds like he's like, well, forever is kind of long. What if it's like we burned you for a day, but it felt like forever?
Yeah,
It's
with
like,
time dilation and all kinds of crazy things, we're gonna make it sound a little less horrible.
Yeah, and you get to a point eventually to it's like, well, do we need to torture them? Do we need to?
and just to reiterate, like sometimes 10 seconds when your computer freezes up or whatever, it's oh, this is taking forever to load up. It's just it's different.
Because I get the concept of
That's
it
an
being
expression that's relative
relative
to
time and things feel.
normal passages of time. You know, if something normally loads up in a minute and takes 5 minutes, you'd say it's taking forever. It's just a figure of speech. Now, if you use the internet in the 90s or the early 2000s, it normally took several minutes for a web page to load. We didn't think it took forever. That's just how long it took.
He's also using such a generic analogy. I mean, you can't help it. But for, you know how it's like when it's really slow to load AOL? Well, that's going to be hell. It's like, wait, it's going to be like AOL or it's going to be like burning forever?
Trying to connect AOL in the 90s with the busy signals and everything, you'd have to sit there for an hour sometimes trying to find a number that would work. Yeah, that was
like
hell.
it works as a joke. It doesn't work because he's not joking. He really believes it.
You're really going to be burnt. How long? We don't know. It could maybe a day, maybe less, maybe forever. Somewhere in there.
But don't worry. Here, we'll make it just feel like forever. How about that? It's like, okay.
Well, I imagine if you took anybody and doused them with gasoline and lit them on fire, even if it was just a few seconds, it would probably feel like a lot longer than that for them.
I feel like after the first day, we've accomplished feeling for forever, right? Burning for your whole body.
I would, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Feeling relative, but I guess what I'm trying to get out is so people will at least at some point stop being punished, because the whole torturing people forever, and my definition of forever is it never ends. And so that seems cruel and unwarranted to me for almost any crime.
Yes, if you hear Christians spreading that, that's heresy, because it doesn't say that.
Ooh.
And it wouldn't make sense. Like taking a step
I think this is this the first time? I've only heard one or two times that he's really. We hear a good No True Scotsman from every Christian, but I feel like this is the first real time I've heard a good one tonight.
Him refer to heresy.
Yeah, once you start separating these Christians from the other Christians.
Yeah, no, true. And then it's only a matter of time before they're trying to strap each other to stakes and light them on fire.
Like,
For
I
not agreeing with
appreciate.
them.
Exactly. I appreciate, in one hand, I appreciate what he's saying because he's like, oh, yeah, well, they believe something evil. On the other hand, it's just funny because it's just all of a sudden that becomes heresy. One man's heresy is another man's theology.
Yep. Might makes right. Whoever's in charge at the time will burn the other one.
Yeah. And their version of God.
from Revelations. It wouldn't make sense for God to punish people for all eternity.
It wouldn't, but that's what the book says.
Finite
See, we're so slowly gaining ground here.
crime.
I mean, hey, now I'm agreeing with you.
And we are his children. Like God, it says that God is love and that he doesn't want anyone to perish. But those who are in the lake of fire choose to go there. Because God is eternal, he can see our past, present, and future simultaneously. So, yeah, people choose to go there. They choose to rebel.
I feel like I can push back on that a little bit too. I mean, I think it's the worst sin is denial, either to know the truth and then denial. I forget what it is in the Bible, but is non-belief worthy of going to hell?
I think the worst sin is blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. So that would be,
which isn't even well defined, really.
Burning down churches.
Yeah, it's not.
Etc. But
I'm not going to be doing that.
But with the Ten Commandments, yeah, Jesus was saying this as well, that the two most important commandments is to love your God with all your heart and spirit and to love your neighbor. Those were the two commandments he would hold dear to when spreading the gospel, or spreading his word. But in terms of belief, like it says like those are without excuse. So people know God exists, and there is a word for that. They are called apatheists.
Yeah, we've hit on that before.
Always gets to this.
Do not care.
You know, Amy, you know he's real.
I get that sometimes. I can tell you.
You know, James, we're really just hiding that we know that a God exists.
We just don't want him to tell us what to do and what not to do.
You just want to sin. I know. What can I say?
Even though, they seem to, they always find a way to rationalize what they want to do within the context of their religion. So it really, there are gay Christians who rationalize it and come up with their own reasons why they think it makes sense to be Christian. So you don't have to,
It's just
if,
the Old Testament. Don't you
yeah, you can
know
come
it's
up with ways to
already
say,
New Testament?
right, you can rationalize anything that you want to do.
Exactly, and you can create basically any religion because you're making it up as you go along, and you're cherry picking from each person's holy text and from a religion that you probably started out with from your parents, or that you
You know,
got
you don't
from your parents.
you don't know how I've seen it happen over and over again, especially like typical fundamentalist Christians. Like, so you've got fundamentalist Christian A who's been in a loving marriage with their spouse for 10 or 20 years, and they'll be they're very poignant on the doctrine that there's no divorce. If you divorce and remarry, that's adultery, that's sin. God doesn't like it.
Oh yeah.
But then as soon as whatever happens, hey, their 25-year-old marriage goes south, they go sour. Do they then at that time say, well, I guess I have to be alone forever. I'm going to be alone the rest of my life? No, whatever. Oh, well, God says it's not good for the man to be alone. And if the non-believer depart, let them depart. And you're free to they are always able to then go back and rationalize it, because, before then they had no problem saying, oh, well, you were married before? Well, you have to be alone the rest of your life. But then as soon as you apply that to them, no.
Yeah, the reinterpreting machines turn on, and what you really need to understand is the context of the situation. And they were living in a covenant at the time, and so was I up until last January.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, of course. It's not good for the man to be alone, right?
Exactly. And it looks like we're coming up in the last 12 minutes.
Last 12 minutes.
Woo-hoo.
And it's always, the ones who typically they get to say, how lucky was it that God made you to be straight, and that happens to be the only sexuality he approves of. I mean, you just hit the lottery with that one, but how would you feel if God had allowed you to be something different? Well, I don't know. I guess I'd be a reprobate then.
Yeah. Well, you can't help but. I think it's so funny. They really do frame attraction in such weird ways. Like in some ways, they understand that you can't really have a choice. But when you ask them, like, well, are you saying right now you could choose to be gay? Some of them will actually say, yes, I could sit here and I could choose to find men attractive. And it's like, I think you're telling me you're bi. I mean, that's what really you're telling.
Yeah, I don't think any rational person knows that it works that way, that, that
Because
even
I can't. Oh,
people
no.
have all sorts of crazy kinks and whatever that most people find repulsive. I know you hear about them, they sound pretty sickening, but what makes somebody have those strange compulsions in their head, I can't explain it, but it doesn't seem like a choice.
Yeah, an attraction happens generally in under like a second. Like, as in, like, you are walking by somebody in the mall and they are attractive or something.
It's not an analysis like, ooh, let me look at it. Either looks good to you or it doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. You said just like you're heterosexual. It would be like me sitting you down, almost like I forget that movie with George Clooney with the goats, where like I
The
sit
men
just
who
a
stare at
random.
goats.
Yeah, it'd be like me trying to sit a guy in front of you and you in front of each other and be like, okay, on the count of 3, you're gonna find each other attractive.
Yeah. At
Like,
no point am I gonna look at and find the man attractive. It's just
because it's
not.
not how it works.
It's not how my brain is wired.
Exactly.
But take a guy who does find him you're going to sit him and say, okay, at the count, you're not going to find this guy to be attractive anymore.
Exactly. And so
That won't work
that's
either.
that's what they are basically telling me they can do. And so it's basically either they have a superpower where they can change their sexuality, they're bisexual, or they don't understand what the fuck they're talking about. I'm
And
probably gonna go with the latter, but it could be all three.
They know it doesn't work that way. It's just they have to rationalize it with their God.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know that all gods can exist, but I can honestly tell you I do not believe a God exists.
But taking that in, like, you don't have to agree with this, but it wouldn't make sense. Just say John Smith, for example, like just using him as an example.
Mhm.
He started off as an apatheist. He knew that God
John
existed,
Smith?
he didn't care. And then
I can't
based
tell
on
if he
transpired-
tried to pick Joseph Smith or he just picked. I think he picked that as just a generic name.
Did he say Joseph or John?
I think he said
Joseph.
John, but maybe he did say Joseph. Now I don't remember.
Obergroup and Fear John Smith from
into
The Man in the High Castle on Amazon Prime, which was a good show.
Ooh, I've heard good things about it.
It was good. They kind of killed it in the last season, but it started off. The first 3 seasons were pretty good.
That seems to be a common theme lately. I saw there was gained a little bit of traction to remake Game of Thrones the last season, but I don't think that'll go through.
I mean, I'd say it was kind of like the writers and the producers and everything. It's like they hated the way that the fan base made them pull the show. So, because like they had their characters they wanted people to identify with and like, and then the audience base really didn't. So they had to take it in that direction. So then in the last season, they just kind of put their middle finger up and said, "Screw you guys."
Well, I think David and Dan, in my head, they had already their sunglasses on and were like getting ready to go to the beach, and they should have been working really hard on the final season. I think they
Yeah.
thought they were untouchable and that they just naturally made gold. And so they really didn't pay that much attention. They thought that they were going to be set. And so because they thought they were set, they didn't work very hard on that. And now
They could just
I
push
feel
out
like-
whatever, and their fans will gobble it up and love them for it.
Yes, because you had a track record. Going back to the gambler's fallacy, they had a track record of producing gold. So they thought they would just get this done, get out, and then they were going to be stars and go on to other things. But it's like a plane, and they fucked the landing. Yeah. But yes, okay, 12 more minutes.
himself of an atheist.
So I will say 2 hours, and he does this, I assume, lots over and over and over and over with this specific argument. I admire the tenacity, but man, it's just circles. We have a lot of answers to these questions.
Yeah,
that
he's gone around.
asking.
He's gone around in more circles, and he's not even listened to Post Malone.
Yeah, at this point, I think NASCAR is going to sue me. So, okay.
Because he didn't like the truth. So, like, people are not, like, for that scenario, whatever you want to call it, John Smith wouldn't have started off as an atheist. Because by default, you assume a perfect created world. You don't.
There's
assume
that word again.
evolution.
Perfect.
Therefore, you assume perfect morality.
Everything's got to be
Even as
perfect.
babies, we don't know what goes through our minds as babies. All this information we're soaking up. And in Romans 1 verse 20, how would we know how much of Romans 1 verse 20 had an impact on us as babies? So I highly doubt people are born atheists. I highly doubt people are atheists by default.
I mean, I have to disagree a little bit. I think that colloquially we're born without a belief in a God. I think it's taught from our parents, and I think it's passed down as tradition. I think I'm not going to completely shit on traditions because I actually think there is value in tradition, but I don't think that all traditions are true.
But yeah, it's like, just to reiterate, what convinced me was Romans 1 verse 20 and the universe itself. The universe having a beginning and expanding, because an eternal cosmos with all the stars and planets all being eternal wouldn't make any sense, because the different temperatures across the universe.
They're so fixated on that, like the beginning.
World, you still need.
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with origin, and I think it's funny because, like I said, I think even if we could prove a multiverse, I feel like they would then say, well, what came before the multiverse? And so,
I mean, they're just like they're riding high because, maybe 100 years ago, science thought that the universe was eternal, and that their book their book proposes a beginning, and then look, science found a beginning. It's not eternal. The Bible's right. The Bible is true. It's like a broken clock can still be right twice a day, and we still don't know what it really means to say that the universe had a beginning. We don't understand what happened before, or if a before state even makes sense. But yeah, they love hanging their hat on that. Oh, the universe had a beginning. The Bible predicts that, so the Bible is true. Yay!
I mean, that's even if they accept that it has a quote unquote beginning, because they a lot of the Protestants don't even accept the Big Bang, at least in America.
Well, I mean, they might not accept the mechanics of it, but they accept that the universe began somehow from God. But they might not like the term the Big Bang. But
Yeah.
I mean,
A three-dimensional supernatural object giving off all this energy. So that three-dimensional supernatural.
Also, he didn't just use it, but he's used the word eternal many times. Everything could be eternal. You know what can't be the eternal?
what's
The
that?
universe. For whatever reason, they never let that be eternal. But everything else, we can have. I forget the three things. He said it was like the eternal being. He said we had eternal morality, and there was another eternal. We have all these eternals.
I mean, it could be an eternal cycle of a cyclic universe where it expands for a while and then contracts and then bangs again. We just don't know. We
Yeah.
can't. Part of it is probably even untestable. How would you test that?
Yes, but the worst thing we could do is have an answer before we actually know, because then we're not going to keep on searching.
Yeah, you're just making it up,
Object.
which is what religion does.
Because
Exactly.
Keep on adding supernatural, but it could just be 3D.
but that three-dimensional structure would have to be independent of itself. And then because of universal consistency and biogenesis, that three-dimensional structure would just be God.
I mean, just be three-dimensional structure, but a being they're making decisions, they're trying to do things, they have intentions. It's a complicated organism, and it seems like the further we go back, the simpler things get.
in a non-theistic worldview, you have the most complicated thing as the starting point. You have a non-theists. They have a complicated starting point. With
I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say it's complicated. It's just everything's in one point.
yeah, but you got the matter, and then the outside of that matter, and then outside of that that's particular, and then the expansion, the movement, and then the formation of stars and planets, and then you've got life itself. You got humans, animals.
David Hasselhoff, Bob Barker.
Going back to the starting point. To me, it's people often say, "Oh, what was before the singularity?" That's not the question. The question is what.
First of all, that is the question that he has been asking me over and over and over again.
What caused the thing? What caused the expansion? Where is it expanding to?
Matter expanding into, it has to be a god.
See, but that's just an assertion. We truly don't know what, if anything, we're expanding into. If that's even a possible question to answer.
But that's because that something has to be eternal. And then that something has to be infinite in size, and there would be a color attached to it.
A color?
We're also
I don't
We'd
know.
also not have space.
Why?
What does that mean to not have space?
Well, space is just that's a semantics game because space.
No, you're just asking what is nothing.
Bedroom.
Yeah.
You're asking what is actually nothing because it wouldn't be space because space is not nothing. So.
And I don't know, once again, this theme with colors. Why colorless? He seems to attach a holy or divine element to colorlessness.
Yeah, I don't know why it would have to be in color. Why it couldn't be in black and white?
Yeah, why can't it all have been blue? Why didn't the deity have to be blue?
It would be no color because there'd be nothing to look at it to notice.
Yeah, no eyeballs.
And saying there's a lot of space in this bedroom, but inside the bedroom is oxygen. It's energy / matter. So then, yeah.
But then what's outside the room?
Well, it will just be more of this of the same material that
More
both
space.
Yeah, the space is just a different name to energy and matter.
I mean, isn't that our point? We're just saying it's a different type, and if it was just in a different, it goes back to my Russian nesting doll, that it could just be a different type of physical. That our universe is then nested in, and that universe is then an eternal one that never had a start.
But even if I grant you that, you still have to account for what is in between of those two physical.
I already said it was Cheetos.
And
Unless
and
they
David
were stuck
Hasselhoff.
together
And Tom Petty.
at the start. Therefore, you're then back to one particular. Correct?
I mean, I think there's only
Your head
one
must be spinning
Gemma.
at this point.
Well, I'm just
Well, I
letting you
don't
know.
think
It
Occam's
really
razor
is.
applies here.
Yeah, see, Orkin.
I don't have any. I don't think I have any presuppositions that we can't. That we're not forced to take on. Like, I don't want to presuppose dark energy is pushing the universe out. It's just what we're forced to believe because of the math. But it even could be proven wrong.
But you have the physical, the matter, and the dark matter. They're right next to each other with no gaps. So almost it's
No
almost
gaps now.
dark matter.
I know.
But what's in the gap, Amy?
Like, a lot of his language, like, I understand on an English standpoint, but they're always like a step off. Does that make sense?
Yeah, he keeps making arguments, but they're not really consistent. They're not congruent. He's just making it up as he goes along. Because he spent all this time, what's in the gaps? What's in the gaps? What's in the gaps? Then he said there is no gap.
Yeah, at a certain point about 5 minutes ago, it almost sounded like he was conceding his own question. He was like, well, there's a space and everything's in the space. And I'm like, well, what's outside the space? He's like, there can't be anything outside the space. It's like, yeah, that's our point. Isn't that our point? It's like this is going on so long. I think you're going to be an atheist by the end of the conversation.
We don't know what's outside of it. We don't know if there's anything outside of it. We just don't know. That's the point.
Exactly. And that's our position. It almost sounded like he was coming to that conclusion like 5 minutes ago.
He's saying there's this problem we don't really know, so I'm just going to arbitrarily pose a solution that really doesn't follow. It's just an arbitrarily picked solution that there's a sentient being controlling it all.
Yeah. I never get the consciousness outside of the universe thing.
It appears like it's not.
Yeah. As far as I can tell, the universe just looks really fucking random. I try not to use the word random because they actually like that word more than atheists. They like the word random and nothing. And
when they're straw manning what science says.
Yeah, but it does look pretty random, as in just there's a bunch of planets and there's a bunch of good people and bad people and the elements. Tornadoes happen and tsunamis and...
It looks like there's no purpose or no overarching reason for anything. It's just shit happening.
Yes, because... I can't imagine, even though we're going back to can you imagine it worse, I can, to certain degrees, imagine it much, much better and much, much worse. And it doesn't look like either of those. It looks exactly like something you expect from natural causes.
Unguided,
yeah.
Unguided, just seemingly random things just happening.
Yeah, a system that just doesn't give two shits and is following chemistry.
It's just particles following the laws of physics because that's the only thing they can do. They can't do anything else other than what they do, exactly. Which is why the universe is deterministic, because nothing could ever be different because it would break physics.
We could be wrong, but
it could be.
Yeah, that's another thing about that specific term, breaking physics, because that's really my definition of a miracle. And they're always like, well, it could be defied all of physics and came back from the dead and went over the moon and parted the Red Sea. All those prophets could have done those things.
Because who was that? I think that was Standing for Truth, he didn't like my use of the term magic to explain, what they're saying. He's like, well, what do you mean by magic? I said, magic would be a suspension or an abrogation of the laws of physics, so something else can happen that could not normally happen, like parting the Red Sea or creating fish and bread out of nothing.
Well, they don't like those uses as a pejorative until they try to use it as a pejorative, and they always add a little emphasis. And I like the little emphasis because to me it shows a little defensiveness. Like, I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. I love that because that means they're making the use of the word faith as a pejorative.
Yeah, they're making it like that faith is a bad thing.
So I take that as a win. But
It
yeah,
is a win.
So then, for the dark matter to interact with that matter requires omnipotence and a consciousness. Because the
I don't. It looks like that it may be that there's someplace else that dark matter is, and that our matter is actually nested under that. But I can't prove that yet. That's just a hypothesis.
Yeah, we don't understand dark matter because coincidentally we can't interact with it very easily.
Yeah, exactly.
All-
And one
All
day
we see is
may
its
know more.
effect on gravitational. That's all we really know about it. We don't know a whole lot about it.
Yeah, and that's because both of those terms are placeholder terms. I mean, they're so vague because of the fuzziness of where we are right now.
It's dark. It doesn't reflect light. We can't see it, but it has gravitational effect. So we know something's there, but we don't know a whole lot more than that.
Yeah, and they I shouldn't say they, but creationists have a hard time understanding that even though, which is funny because they want to prove things you can't see, even though we can't see something, you can see the indirect effects that it has on other systems, and you can measure that. And that's where we get dark matter from. Exactly what you're about to say.
Yeah, I'll just summarize premise 1, 2, then my conclusion for yourself and the listeners, and then you can respond. You could close, have the last word. You could just whatever you want. So premise 1, infinite in size matter, meaning one particular without a curvature. Therefore, the matter would be the only thing that exists.
Also, notice he's tweaking it. I think he's about to say that.
Which can't do anything for that out and outside prime mover. Premise 2, I'm just wording these differently. Beyond the curvature of the material, the physical material, the immaterial property, in my conclusion, for the immaterial interact with the material requires an omnipotence and a consciousness, because matter can't create more matter, and matter can't make more objects inside of itself. You can respond.
And yeah, so I'm just gonna respond by wrapping up and saying that I had a really awesome time. I think you're a fun debater, and I don't think either of us convinced each other, but I think we learned a lot tonight about each other's views. And I like your argument.
Okay. Well,
So and I will say just one last thing. If anyone wants to find any more content from me, I have a channel up. You can normally find it under Amy Newman Comedy or Amy Newman.
Okay. Well, with that, I'll stop the recording.
I always let me go back to screen. I feel like I shouldn't say out loud we didn't convince each other, because that gives them the chance to make the point, because I know it really is about convincing the audience. I swear there's a piece of me
each time that is like, you can convince them. There's something that'll get to them. But it's like, no, that's not the people you're trying to convince. It's the people listening.
Yeah, I can't remember a debate where I've ever seen one of the participants be convinced, but
Because it
but
takes several conversations.
yeah, typically. I mean, I've seen debates where people in the audience were swayed.
Yeah, because they are taking polls and stuff like that.
There were actually it was, I think it was in the late 80s, early 1990s, where there was this one really, really bad dumpster fire debate. It was from a Protestant debating a Catholic. I think they were in a Protestant church,
Ooh.
and the Catholic guy did so good. Like after the debate, like 20 or 30 people from that congregation like went out into the parking lot and immediately like met with the priest and converted to Catholicism. It was
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. It was like an epic dumpster fire of a debate from the Protestant side, but you normally don't run into anything like that.
Yeah, sometimes you can get that, but normally it's more like a sparring match, or in my head it's like tennis.
Yeah, or like with like John Maddox, it'd be like tennis, but with flaming tennis balls.
Yeah, it's an interesting. They have an interesting community. I think it's funny how it's fractaling. That gives me hope because I think that the skeptics can stick together.
Well, I mean, the thing is, they all have like one ideology they have to stick to. We're not bound by any ideology or any creed or dogma. We just try to believe what science tells us. That's it.
Exactly. Well, that's the great thing is that that's what I dislike about politics, which I think is people's opinions, and I like about science, which I think is about facts.
It's a lot more objective.
Yeah, I'd rather just argue facts because I'd rather be right, not as in like a snubby, like hold my nose up high kind of way, but it's just easier. It's just easier to argue the facts.
Yeah, because 1 + 1 = 2, but when you're getting into matters of philosophy or morality or political,
sir.
yeah, yes, madam,
But 1 + 1
equals 2
God.
equals Jesus. Yes,
See, now you got it.
because if you didn't have God, then you couldn't know that 1 + 1 would equal 2, right? How do you know that, Amy?
How else would we have been able? Do you know any other culture before Jesus that even tried math? I can't even think of any. So I guess we're done here. That was almost Nephilim's argument. I swear. I saw so many commenters were angry because he was like, democracy in the Greek and Roman era. There was
Comments
democracy. It's like
on
that
the
is
debate
where
or
the
on his
word
channel?
comes from. No, in his debate, in the debate,
in the side chat.
in the side chat and in the comments afterwards,
Oh,
they were
yes.
very mad because he was like, he really did seem to have this idea that democracy came from Jesus.
And that from America, even though our founders were not all Christian, a lot of them held deistic beliefs, as we said before.
But yeah, and so I'm gonna finish by giving 2 updates. We're going on. Tomorrow is going to be Conspiracy Theories Are Us. That's going to be kind of midnight, not midnight. It kind of towards the afternoonish, and
What time,
then,
Amy?
well, I was thinking,
Tentatively.
yeah, Sam has work at 10. So we were thinking 7 to kind of give a booster. We might go later if you're doing his James's Patreon.
I sent him an email asking him which. I tend to think it's going to be the 3 p.m. because it's always been earlier in the day before, and But
okay. Well, then we're gonna try and go
I'll
for
let you know.
7 for tomorrow for conspiracy, and if you want, then make some opener for conspiracy because we got a lot to talk about,
We-
and
Close out 2020 together.
yeah, and then after that we will do Pascal's wager.
Pascal's
Which is-
wager.
A lot of fun. I'm surprised. I think a lot of atheists make fun of Pascal's wager, and for good reason, and yet theists seem to love it, which is so funny.
See, I mean, Sal is a pretty smart guy. He's a very smart guy, and he's going to
I know,
debate that with Matt
Holen.
Dillahunty.
And Matt has shit. I've seen enough of Matt to know that he's not very swayed by the Euphophro for theists, because the same reason I'm not. It's like, well, it could just be an evil god. So that's not a very powerful argument. And then Pascal's wager he's shit on. And
Even James Coons, he's debated that with Tom Jump on Tom Jump's channel. If you've never seen that debate,
I did see,
yeah,
and it's so surprising. Like, it really does. It gets them. It really
'Cause he's
does get them.
two smart guys. James Coons is a very smart guy.
Yeah.
I think it ties
So
into
is Sal. Sal
is a very smart guy too.
and somehow, and yet and routinely, but I'm not alone in that in the atheist community. I think we generally make fun of Pascal's wager.
Yeah, it's not a very strong argument, and we'll hit all those points and say why it doesn't sway us.
And more. So, to wrap up, did you have anything you wanted to say?
No, I mean, the part 1 of his syllogism that just assumed the conclusion, it had it worked into it, and then part 2 was a non sequitur. It stated a bunch of things that don't flow from the other statements. So,
and yeah, that sounds about right to me. And with that, I'm gonna say goodnight to our lovely audience. It was a fun debate, and James, it was an awesome time as always.
And good night to Nico? Is that Nicol? What is how do you call her?
See, I'm not sure. That's why I say Terra.
Terra,
I'm so
there you
bad
go.
at names and spelling.
All right, it was good to have Terra on too. Hopefully, we'll see him shortly.
Yeah. We'll start as we grow. We'll start to get more in here. Get a full house, and we'll have some fun. Maybe even have some debates. Have some 2v2.
There you go. And then don't tell the theists, but when I launch my channel, I'll have to don't tell anybody.
That sounds good. Yeah, we'll have and maybe I can even dual stream there.
Absolutely.
But okay, we'll
have a great night, Amy.
Night.